Your seats. Once again, thank you for your patience. At this time, what I'd like to do is request that the Northborough Fire Department Honor Guard please proceed. Please remain seated. Will those that are able please rise? And please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now we have the presentation of certificates of appreciation. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Julianne Hirsch, representing the Select Board. The town of Northborough is pleased to recognize the following volunteers who have completed their service on various town boards, committees, commissions, and councils. Each of these individuals has fulfilled one full term or more and has generously given their time, effort, and expertise in service to our community. In appreciation of their dedication and commitment to public service, we will now read the names of those being recognized. As your name is called, please feel free to stand to be recognized. However, we kindly ask that all of you hold your applause until everyone has been acknowledged. So, for 17 years on Appropriations Committee, Robert D'Amico. Swati Sain, 10 years on Board of Health. Lisa Smith, 6 years on Community Affairs. Shayla Elladrus, 4 years on Community Affairs. Pamela Markey, 8 years on Community Affairs. Jennifer Martin, 3 years, Community Affairs. Jeffrey Leland, 7 years, Community Preservation Committee. Terry Underwood, 6 years, Cultural Council. Ashish Verma, 4 years, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Committee. Scott Stockland, 3 years, Financial Planning Committee. Amanda DeRozier Millette, 5 years, Historic District Commission. Tracy Camarano, 4 years on Master Plan Implementation Committee and 7 years on Parks and Rec. Jean Cahill, 6 years Master Plan Implementation Committee. Megan Robbins, 3 years Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee. Teresa Capabianco, Municipal Code and Bylaw Committee, 3 years. Veronica Hanley, 5 years on the Registrar Board. William Pierce, 3 years on Traffic Safety Committee. Rachel Armstrong, 3 years Traffic Safety Committee. James Kahungi, 4 years on Personnel Bylaw. Lisa Mazzelli, 3 years Select Board. Ashley Davies, 13 years Open Space Committee. Jennifer Lipton O'Connor, 4 years Youth Commission. Thank you very much, all of the volunteers.
Now we would have a brief presentation from Paul Martineau, Superintendent of Schools, talking a bit about the Peaslee School project.
So good evening. I'm Greg Martineau, and I have the privilege of serving as the community superintendent. On behalf of the Peaslee Building Committee, I want to provide a high-level update on the committee's work. Before I begin, I want to thank the members of the Peaslee Building Committee for their thoughtfulness and commitment to this important work. This is a dedicated and experienced group of community members who have taken the responsibility of this potential project seriously. The town of Northborough was invited into the MSBA Authority's Core Building Program. Cities and towns across the Commonwealth compete to be invited into the program. MSBA's invitation provides Northborough with an important opportunity to partner with the MSBA on a long-term solution for the Margaret E. Peaslee Elementary School. MSBA is an independent public authority that administers and funds a program for grants to eligible cities and towns and regional schools for the school construction and renovation projects. MSBA will grant the town of Northborough between 47% and 49% of the total eligible costs of a project. One of the requirements of the Core Building Program is for the town of Northborough to follow MSBA's multi-step rigorous study and approval process. I'll speak briefly about each of the 4 stages and the Peaslee Building Committee's progress to date. The first period is eligibility. When the town of Northborough accepted MSBA's invitation into its Core Building Program, it agreed to study 2 enrollment options. Option 1 is studying a new Peaslee Elementary School, grades pre-K through 5, with an enrollment of 310 students. The district pre-K program would be housed at Peaslee, and the town would maintain 4 neighborhood schools. Option 2 is studying a new Peaslee Elementary School, grades 3 through 5, with an enrollment of 625 students. The Peaslee School would house all 3rd through 5th grade students in a single building. 3 schools would remain pre-K to 2. This is a significant decision, and the Peaslee Building Committee is carefully reviewing the strengths, challenges, and long-term impacts of each option. In the summer of 2024, the Select Board appointed the Peaslee Building Committee. The first task for the Peaslee Building Committee was completing the process of hiring an owner's project manager, which resulted in PMA consultants being hired by the town. Next, in the partnership with MSBA and using its process to select a designer, Flansburgh was selected as the designer for the project. The Peaslee Building Committee is currently in the feasibility stage of the process. This stage focuses on understanding the current building and site conditions, reviewing educational needs, evaluating possible design options, and identifying a preferred option. The key milestone is to submit a preferred schematic report to MSBA by June of this year, which will outline the preferred option. Again, a key Peaslee Building Committee decision is selecting a preferred option. MSBA requires towns to study a code-compliant option, what it would take to bring the current facility up to today's modern code standard. It does not, however, include adding any additional space to meet today's educational needs. Each option has 4 different design options. So option 1 includes 2 new building options and 2 addition renovation options, totaling 8. In the next 4 to 6 weeks, the Peaslee Building Committee is required to select a preferred design option to submit to the MSBA. The Peaslee Building Committee needs community input on this important decision. On behalf of the Peaslee Building Committee, I'm encouraging residents to stay involved, attend upcoming meetings, participate in outreach opportunities, review materials on the project website, and share your feedback through the community survey. Informed decisions are made when the community is engaged in the process. This is a decision that will shape the town's educational system for decades to come. After a preferred design option is selected and submitted, the project will continue through schematic design of that option. A future town meeting and ballot vote are required before construction will begin. This remains a multi-year process, and there are still important decisions ahead. But one key important decision is the preferred option for the town. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your participation.
Thank you. Before we begin the details of this meeting, I'd like to remind each and every one of us that a successful meeting is a meeting that we all stay in control of one another and ourselves. So please direct all comments through me, the moderator, and let's keep discussions respectful and focused. As I always say, we may not always agree, but we are a community, and we will be a community long after this meeting. So I ask all of us to, think and appreciate the fact that not everyone always agrees, but at the same time, we still will be together after the fact. Some of the basic rules: all speakers must come to the microphone. There are 2 microphones, one in each aisle. Once you are recognized, I ask that you give your name and address for the record. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, and that will be monitored by the team that is both up here on stage as well as the timer that you see off to the side, the new and improved timer. If you do return to the microphone, it must be a new point and not repeating prior points. In order to make sure we keep moving forward, I will stop you if you begin repeating yourself. With that being said, we have a quorum, and I think it's time to begin with Article 1.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura Zeiton from the Select Board. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to approve Article 1 as printed in the warrant.
Motion has been made and seconded. If I may, I would like to give a few words on what this is all about. The phrase that's often used is just a heartbeat away. And the deputy moderator is really someone that has been at my side for quite some time. We've worked well together. I've only caught him trying to put that knife in my back once. But aside from that, it's been a very, very good relationship. Jerry Hickman has lived in town for a long, long time. So he is not a local who just came to town. He knows what's happening. And in the unlikely event that I'm unable to continue, then Jerry would take over the moderator responsibilities. There are no recommendations from the committees or commissions or boards. It is a majority vote. What we have not done is our test votes. Okay? So, should we do a test vote just to make sure everyone's clicker works? Does everyone have a clicker? Okay? It doesn't really click, and I don't know why we call it a clicker, but it's there. If you look at your clicker, and the question that goes up is there, and when it's ready and time to vote, you should see a yes.
You'll see okay.
Oh, you'll see an okay in the little window on your clicker. Okay? So right now, people have decided to vote. And this is a test vote. Is today Monday? or not?
We can do abstain.
All right, we're slowing down at 226. Okay. And to answer one of the questions many people have about the clickers, you can only vote once. The system is pretty smart. You can change your vote until the votes close, but the clicker knows and can see how many times you've selected what and where. And once the vote closes, your last choice is your final choice. I think we're close enough. We'll close in 3 seconds. 2, 1, we are closed. Well, I guess we could go in the calendar business. We know our days of the week. Do we need another one?
We have a couple, it's up to you.
Let's go.
Okay.
Okay? So, Jerry, we stalled a little bit, but they're still here, so I guess we have to vote on Article 1. Okay? Article 1 is you're ratifying the moderator's appointment of a deputy moderator, being Gerald Hickman, to serve if needed. And the voting is now open. We're closing in 3 seconds. 2, 1, we are closed. Mr. Hickman, you made it by a hair. Welcome aboard. Okay, Article 2, Compensation Balance Agreement.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to approve Article 2 as printed in the warrant.
Second.
And the presentation is by Jason Little, our Director of Finance.
Good evening, everyone. The compensating balance agreement article appears on the warrant every year. If passed, the article would provide authorization for the town to enter into compensating balance agreements with banks. A compensating balance agreement is an arrangement whereby the town would agree to maintain a certain balance in its bank account in exchange for receiving banking services. The interest earnings on the balance would then be retained by the bank, which compensate the bank for the services provided. And that concludes my presentation on this article.
Thank you. And this is a simple majority vote. And the voting is now open. And the voting has slowed, so in 3 seconds we will close. 2, 1, we are closed. And the Article 2 passes by the majority vote. Article 3, Consolidated Personnel Bylaw. Motion made by on Select Board Member Laura Zeiton.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to approve Article 3 as printed in the warrant and as set forth in the supplemental handout.
Motion has been made and seconded. Presentation by Diane Wackel.
Good evening. I'm Diane Wackel, Assistant Town Administrator. The proposed amendments to the Consolidated Personnel Bylaw before you this evening were reviewed and approved by the Personnel Board in an open meeting on April 14, 2026. A supplemental handout outlining the amendments is posted on the town website and was available to voters at check-in this evening. The proposed amendments are as follows. Updates to paid holidays by adding Juneteenth and updating Washington's birthday to be reflected as President's Day and Columbus Day as Indigenous Peoples' Day. Vacation leave accrual modernizes the vacation accrual policy to better reflect current hiring practices and employee expectations, providing greater flexibility in the town's ability to attract and retain qualified staff. Sick leave and personal days. Personal days will no longer be tied to sick leave and is in line with all the other bargaining units. Employment policies and practices modernizes our affirmative action, equal opportunity, and discrimination policy for fairness, effectiveness, and legal clarity. Same with the amendment to our employment practices policy regarding employment of relatives. Reimbursement for travel modernizes the reimbursement for travel policy, which was last updated in early 2000. Special compensation increases longevity payments by an average of $150 over previous years and is in line with all other bargaining units. The current payment schedule was last updated in 2003. The amendment to the general compensation scale represents a 2% increase in compensation rates for non-union municipal employee positions effective July 1, 2026. The proposed increase is consistent with the average increase of the town's collective bargaining units for fiscal 2027. And lastly, the amendment to the miscellaneous compensation scale, which sets the pay rate ranges for seasonal staff typically employed in the summer months by the Public Works and Recreation Departments, also represents a 2% increase effective July 1. That's all I got.
Thank you. May I have the recommendation from the Personnel Board, please?
Mr. Moderator, we approve this amendment.
Thank you. Any questions? Hearing none, we're voting on updates to the town's personnel bylaw and, as shown in the supplemental handout, authorizing FY 2027 wage increases in accordance with the bylaw and ensuring policies remain current and aligned with the town's operational needs or take any other action relative thereto. This requires a simple majority, and the voting is now open. The voting has slowed, so we will close in 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, and the voting is closed. The Article 3 passes by the required majority vote. Authorization to, Article 4, authorization to, 1, lease White Cliffs subject to historic preservation restriction, and 2, enter into option to sell White Cliffs and reserve a right of refusal therein. Julianne Hirsch.
Good evening. So there's a little bit of a change in the article. If you look at paragraph 2 of Article 4, where it says to authorize the Select Board to enter into an option to convey the property to Elegant Banquets or an affiliate or related entity thereof, said option to be exercisable commencing no earlier than 8.5 years, where that is, that has to be changed to changing from purchase in 8.5 years to purchase at the start of the lease term. So the motion will read that I move that the town vote to approve Article 4 as printed in the warrant with the following change. In paragraph 2, changing from purchase in 8.5 years to purchase at the start of the lease term.
Motion's been made and seconded. Yeah, I'd like to see the amendment.
Hi, everyone. I'm Stephanie Bacon, your town administrator. First off, I just want to say you guys are awesome. This is like the best crowd ever, so thank you. Article 4, 5, and 6 are all White Cliffs articles. So what I'm going to do is kind of merge 4 and 5 together in my description, and then I'll have Bill Pierce from the planning board come up and talk about zoning. In the middle of it, you're going to meet John Royce of Elegant Banquets, and you're going to meet their architect, and they're going to show you a little quick fly-through. I have to go quick. This guy's telling me I only have so much time, so here we go. All right. Tonight, well, actually, I'm going to skip that. So very important. Articles 4, 5, and 6 are all dependent on one another, which means if one doesn't pass, then I know this, you know. And a little bit more pressure, Article 4 and Article 6, the lease and the zoning, are all 2/3 majority vote. So I just had to say that up front. Okay, here we go. White Cliffs Mansion, a little history, was built in 1886 by Daniel Wesson of Smith & Wesson as a summer home for Cynthia, his wife. His wife's parents had land in Northborough. It's known for its Queen Anne architecture. It features 32 rooms, 17 fireplaces, you know, like we all have, right? And elaborate woodwork, serving not only as a private residence, but also more recently as a popular event venue owned lastly by the La Cava family. They closed their doors in 2014 and the mansion was put out on the market. At that time, there were efforts to find a private buyer who would preserve the building, but despite dozens of showings and multiple proposals, nothing materialized. In 2015, the owners pursued demolition. The town, through its boards, committees, and volunteers, worked to delay that demolition and explore preservation options. White Cliffs was voted as a significant historical asset in February of 2015, which then allowed the use of Community Preservation Act funds. In 2016, with no viable private buyer and demolition imminent, town meeting authorized the purchase, leading to the acquisition of the property in 2017 by using CPA funds in order to preserve the historic asset and buy time to determine a long-term solution. That decision was not without risk. At the time, there were no clear reuse plans, limited understanding of the building's condition, and known environmental concerns that had to be addressed before acquisition. Since acquiring the property, the town has taken a number of important steps. They conducted a full building assessment and reuse study. They made targeted investments to stabilize the structure, including the roof and other safety improvements. They explored multiple reuse options, including an RFP process, which didn't materialize with Metro West Collaborative Development. The analysis did show that it would require millions of dollars in investment and that a public-private partnership would likely be the most viable path forward. In 2025, the town issued another RFP, request for proposal, to identify a partner to redevelop and preserve the property. That process included formal proposal submissions and evaluations, outreach to preservation groups, outreach to the Massachusetts Historical Commission, site tours, public forums, meeting with the neighbors. Proposals were evaluated on financial feasibility, historic preservation, and community benefit. Elegant Banquets was selected due to their strong experience operating event venues and their demonstrated ability to successfully rehabilitate and manage a property just like White Cliffs. Their background in weddings, corporate events, and properties like White Cliffs showed their skill in weddings, large-scale functions, aligning directly with the proposed use that was a key factor in the selection. We now have a proposed public-private partnership that preserves the building, returns it to its active use, shifts financial responsibility away from the town, and leverages private investment rather than taxpayer funding. With that background, I'll walk through the three key components of the project: the lease, the tax incentive financing agreement, and the option to purchase. The first component is the lease agreement. It's a 45-year lease, which is necessary for the developer to secure financing and qualify for federal historic tax credits. That structure allows them to be treated as the building owner for tax purposes while the town retains ownership. Without a long-term lease, the property would not be financially viable or eligible for those federal funds. Importantly, the town retains ownership of the property while its value increases. The lease is structured as a triple net lease, which means the tenant is responsible for all costs, including maintenance, repairs, taxes, utilities, and insurance. And the developer is required to fully rehabilitate and maintain the building. There are also strong protections built in. We've received a number of questions about projections for the town, and I want to emphasize that there are several strong safeguards built right into this lease. If the developer fails to open within the required time frame or stops operating, the town has the ability to terminate the lease and take the property back. Before that happens, the lender has the right to step in and cure any defaults to keep the project moving, but only if they meet our lease requirements. The developer is also required to provide full performance bond to ensure the project is complete, and the lease is structured as a triple net lease, meaning the town has no financial responsibility for maintenance, repairs, or operating costs. In addition, there are clear default provisions that allow the town to terminate the agreement if obligations are not met, along with ongoing requirements to maintain the building in good condition. Finally, the historic preservation restriction remains in place permanently, ensuring the building is protected regardless of ownership or lease status. Together, these provisions are designed to protect the town, minimize risk, and ensure the property is completed, maintained, and actively used. These protections ensure the projects move forward, and if it doesn't, the town retains control. Hold on. Thank you. Wow, that's a lot of words. Okay. This lease includes a structured rent schedule, which begins when the developer holds the certificate of occupancy. By year 5, once the project is up and running, annual rent reaches $35,000 and remains at that level through year 8.5. After that, it increases by 3% annually on a compounded basis, reaching approximately $50,000 by year 20 if it still has not been purchased. Combined with real estate and personal property taxes, meal taxes, and structure of the triple net lease where the tenant is responsible for all costs, this provides the town with increasing long-term revenue without ongoing expenses. The second component is the TIF, the Tax Increment Finance Agreement. Elegant Banquets will begin paying property taxes upon execution of the lease, based on the current assessed value set by the town assessor, which today is $2,025,900. That value serves as the base, and taxes on that portion are paid in full. The town negotiated a tax increment financing agreement, which is a temporary tax reduction applied only to the increased value resulting from improvements. This helps offset their significant upfront costs of environmental remediation and historic preservation. The TIF begins once the certificate of occupancy is issued. It runs for 6 years, and by year 7, the property is fully taxed at its improved value. In addition to real estate taxes, the town will also receive meal tax revenue and personal property taxes on items such as equipment and furnishings. TIFs are a common economic development tool used to make projects like this financially feasible, particularly with historic properties, while increasing long-term tax revenue. The third component is the option to purchase. The agreement includes an option for the developer to purchase the property for $2.5 million, which can be exercised at any time during the lease. If the option is not exercised within 8.5 years, the purchase price increases at a rate of 2% annually on a compounded basis. If the developer does exercise the option, it's important to note that because the town acquired White Cliffs using Community Preservation Act funds, any sale proceeds, regardless of the amount, are required by law to be returned to the CPA fund. This structure provides flexibility for the developer while also protecting the town by ensuring the property's value increases over time if the option is exercised later. Lastly, I'd like to take a moment to explain the historic preservation restriction, as the preservation of the mansion is very important to us all. This is not a static document, it's a living document that will continue to evolve through design and construction. As conditions are uncovered, it will be refined to ensure that all historically significant elements, both interior and exterior, are properly identified and protected. This includes features like the stained glass windows, the fountains, architectural details, historic woodwork, and even the beech tree on the front lawn. The goal is not just preservation, but to bring the building back to life in a way that respects its history while allowing it to function for the future. To ensure this is done correctly, the town is working with Ryan LLC, along with the developer and Massachusetts Historical Commission, to meet state and federal preservation standards. The town cannot hold its own preservation restriction under Massachusetts law. At this time, it is being considered for the Northborough Historical Society to hold the historic preservation restriction. While they have been actively engaged in the process, final arrangements are still being completed. This ensures there will be an independent entity responsible for long-term oversight and enforcement. Finally, this restriction will be in perpetuity, meaning these protections remain in place permanently, regardless of ownership or lease status. This is a critical component of the project. It ensures that the redevelopment goes hand in hand with the lasting commitment to preserve one of Northborough's most significant historic assets. So at this time, I'd like to invite preservationist and federal historic tax expert Albert Rex of Ryan LLC. And there you are. Welcome.
As Steph mentioned, my name is Albert Rex. This is my second Northborough Town meeting. My first one was when the property was acquired, so I feel lucky to be back, even though it's 10 years later. It took a while. As Steph mentioned, I'll be working on with the town and with the developer relative to the preservation restriction. Restriction sounds restrictive, like diet, and I don't really like that word. As Steph mentioned, it's more of a stewardship document. The restriction, as written, refers to what is known as the Secretary of Interior Standards for historic rehabilitation. There are 4 different standards, but rehabilitation is the standard that allows for a building to be placed back in service and for the building to modify and grow and change along with the program that might be happening in that building. The important part about the stewardship document is that it has some flexibility while still outlining the character-defining features. What you will not find in a document are words like thou shalt do this or thou shalt do that. It really creates a list of different items within the building, and if work is going to be undertaken or has to be undertaken on those items, the owner of the building or the lessee at that point must come forward and have that work approved, and it must meet these standards as noted. I think it's important, as was noted, the preservation restriction is in perpetuity. Currently, the town cannot hold the restriction because the town owns the building, and you cannot hold a restriction on a building that you own. But if the building were sold, the restriction could be, at that point, transferred back to the town if that is something that folks would like to see happen. Having been here 10 years ago, being a preservationist, I think it's awesome that you found a use and a user that will work well with this building. I think the way the restriction works and the relationship to CPA shows that it was a good investment from that perspective, and that ultimately it will protect this asset that you chose to spend a lot of money on 10 years ago in perpetuity. As noted, depending on whether the building's sold or if it's a different lessee at some point, the restriction will always be there to make sure that the things that are important to the community about White Cliffs remain important while still allowing for the changes that need to happen. For instance, the removal and replacement of the ballroom or some other elements that actually improve the property. Thanks.
And now I will call up John Royce of Elegant Banquets.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John Royce, and I'm a founder of Elegant Banquets. For over 30 years, our family-owned business has owned and operated 4 successful banquet facilities, 3 in Connecticut and 1 in New York, primarily specializing in weddings and social events. Our goal has always been long-term growth, quality, and continued success across generations. The White Cliff project represents an opportunity very similar to our New York property, La Chateau. That project involved the restoration of an historic mansion originally built in 1909 by financier J.P. Morgan. We carefully renovated the home and thoughtfully expanded it to accommodate up to 300 guests, while preserving its architectural integrity. Today, La Chateau stands as a highly successful and respected venue. We envision a similar path for White Cliffs. Our plan is to work in collaboration with the Historical Institute to restore the property to reflect its origins as the Wesson family mansion. This would include removing existing additions and replacing them with more appropriate structures that use less square footage than what currently exists. Our intention is to make a significant financial investment to restore White Cliffs to its original elegance and prominence, and ensuring it functions as a premier event destination for generations to come. I would appreciate your support and consideration for this project.
Hi, everyone. My name is Colin Finch. I am a project architect working on White Cliffs, and I want to show you guys a little video of what we're thinking here for this, if I can get to it. All right, so as the video begins, you'll see the approach from Main Street. Our design focuses on a clear restoration through subtraction. For years, the mansion has been obscured by the 1960s era additions that were heavy and solid, and effectively smothering the front of the original structure. We are removing those additions to reveal the 1886 facade. To make the building functional as a modern venue, we are adding a cocktail room and a ballroom. Following the National Historic Guidelines, these additions are designed to be subservient to the mansion. They do not attempt to mimic the Victorian style. Instead, they respect the original building's massing while remaining distinctly different. To maintain the mansion's visual priority, the new additions are designed with lower roof line in a simplified form set back from the primary facade to reinforce the original building's silhouette and remain the dominant feature on the site. A key feature of the original building and part of the restoration of the building is the porches and the second floor balcony that you see here. We are stripping those old additions off and bringing back the original porches. Here you can see the restoration of the porches and I lost myself here. As we move inside, you see the transition from the original porch to the new cocktail hour space. This creates a light-filled bridge between the original rooms and the new additions. We finished the tour here with a few views of the ballroom, a grand addition that provides a functional anchor for the site while keeping the original mansion as the clear centerpiece of the property. This project represents a careful balance, removing the heavy additions that once obscured the mansion and replacing them with a light, contemporary wing. This approach honors the site's history while establishing a sustainable long-term use for the property. Thank you. Just leave that up.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Okay, and Bill Pierce is going to come up to talk about Article 6, the zoning end of it. He's from the Planning Board.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bill Pierce. I'm a member of the Planning Board. I'm going to make this really quick. Stephanie did a really good job of going over everything. There's not much that I could add. What we are looking to do is Article 6 will create a hospitality overlay district, basically adding the ability to have things like restaurants, retail, and personal services in this building as well as a few adjacent buildings, and just adding that to the overlay. As everyone knows, this is what this building was used for many years, so we're not really adding anything new here. We're just going along with everything that is required in order to move this building forward and this project forward. That's it.
Sorry.
Yeah, not much. I'll keep it quick.
I was caught up in the pictures for a second. Okay, so Article 4 was the lease with the TIF and the option to purchase. No, sorry, and Article 5 was the tax increment financing. And Article 6 is the hospitality overlay district. It was half residential, half business, so they created an overlay zone of hospitality. With that, oh, sorry, go ahead. Well, I was just going to, could we open it up to any questions now? Yes. Okay, so we're going to open it up to any questions. I might call somebody up if it's more pertinent to speak to somebody else.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I'm Norm Corbin at 35 Street, and I can read what I wrote. I just feel it's a little bit useful to really know what we had to go through to get to our point where we are today with White Cliffs. I've been involved with this for 12 years now. So I'm sure many people tonight here wonder, why did the Northborough community vote to purchase White Cliffs? So some of the things that Stephanie had already mentioned, in January 2014, the White Cliffs property went up for sale. 2 years later, we had a potential buyer out of Shrewsbury. So things were looking good until she pulled the plug. She pulled the plug in the middle of February. We had 8 weeks to figure out if we should get this onto the town meeting. Demolition had started. All the stained glass windows were removed. The fireplace components were removed. Antique lighting was removed. Everything was at Skinner Auction House ready to go. They weren't waiting. Considering the demolition was imminent, the Historical Commission, the Community Preservation Committee, and the town administrator at the time, Mr. John Kadir, we felt, let's see if the community feels that we should have this opportunity to save this piece of art. There were only 8 weeks until town meeting. Within 2 months, the team was able to get it on the April 2016 warrant article. Take my word, try to get something done in 8 weeks in the town is tricky, and we were able to get it. There was no time for planning on what the town would do with the property. There was only one simple goal: let's keep it from demolition. The hope was that by buying more time, eventually a potential reuse option of the property would appear. We were hoping that that would be 5 years, not 10. Town meeting voted in favor of the purchase. It passed the two-thirds vote requirement in April of 2016, and it included all of the stained glass at the auction house. That's coming back, and we now have it in storage in Worcester. The final purchase, as mentioned, was September in 2017. There were 2 rounds for requests for proposals. The first round really didn't result in proposals that were acceptable to the community. The second round found one viable proposal, the one we're voting on today. As you can imagine, I'm in full favor of voting for the proposal with Elegant Banquets. As I've mentioned before, the mansion is a piece of art. The property will go back to being an event space, which has been since the 1940s. The mansion will be brought back to its historic 1880s design. The lease to purchase option is very favorable for both parties involved. When the lease is converted to a purchase, the $2.5 million that the town invested in the property comes right back into the CPA funds where it came from. It's a pretty good deal. We will start generating tax revenues on property again. I'm very impressed with the ownership of Elegant Banquets. They make sure they're getting community input. They've worked very close with the abutters to make sure the abutters are happy.
You have 10 seconds.
I got it. Please join me in voting yes. Thank you.
Oh, no. Are you just fixing the mic? Okay. Lisa?
Hi, Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. Well, just a little question on the historic preservation restriction. What deadline do we have when that's actually going to be made, since it's not going to be made before the lease begins?
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
It has to happen no matter what, so it will come in within the next few months. The requirement of the restriction in Massachusetts, every restriction has to be reviewed by the Massachusetts Historical Commission. So we have been back and forth on the draft several times now. I think we're close to the final draft that would need to be approved by the town attorney, the ultimate holder of the easements, and Elegant Banquets is actually on the side on this from the perspective that they're not engaged directly in the easement because the easement is between the town of Northborough and the Historical Society. And so we expect that that would be approved through MHC in probably about 2 months, and then I would think would be recorded sometime this summer.
So is that in coinciding with when the work is going to start at Elegant?
No, I think it's well before the work would start. When you expect the lease will be in place before the work will start, and as they go forward, there was a note that the Elegant Banquets is also pursuing state and federal historic tax credits, and those require review at the state level by the Mass Historic Commission and at the federal level by the National Park Service. And both those entities will be using the exact same standards that exist within the preservation restriction. So really, from a design review perspective, there are 3 layers of historic design review on the property.
And are the artifacts that are in storage right now also included in that preservation?
Yeah, the preservation restriction, when it's recorded, which people will see, has 7 or 8 exhibits, including the list of all the artifacts that are currently in storage and how they would be treated upon their return to the house.
Okay, and again, where would that document be that seeing it for the public?
When would you release the preservation restriction for the public to see? Are you going to release it before? We haven't really talked about that part of it.
No, but when it's finished and final.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, so once it's final, it'll be
Oh,
viewing
yes.
for the public?
Yep.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Over here, please.
What's that?
Yes, your name, please.
Ethan Lippett, Indian Meadow Drive. So I had a couple of quick questions, just 2. What was the designed occupant load for the space in terms of how many people are going to be there at a typical wedding event?
Up to 300.
Okay, and will you be putting sprinkler systems into the existing building?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yes, please.
Dan Derby, 35 West Street. A little confused if you could clarify that change in the warrant to eliminate the 8.5 years, no earlier.
Yes, because it said that the option to purchase wouldn't be until 8.5 years,
Right.
but the option to purchase is whenever.
So Elegant Banquet could opt in next year, 2 years.
Oh, absolutely.
Within
Yep.
that time. If they did, does that change the tax program at all? If they take ownership in 2 years instead of waiting?
Oh, the tax increment?
Yeah.
Yes. So that's in place.
But does it change that? Or if they take
Yes, if
over
they
right
own
away,
the
then they
property,
would- yeah.
if they buy the property, it's $2.5 million, and then
And
they
then
pay full
taxes
taxes.
would pay. Thank
Yep.
you. Very good, thanks.
Over here, please.
Yeah, Doug Stone, 33 Birch Hill. Could you bring that slide up again for Article 4, showing the 4 properties that are going to be affected on the overlay?
Okay, thanks,
Okay.
Angie.
Okay, where's 167 Main Street?
167 Main Street is White Cliffs, the actual.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, that was easy.
Yes, please.
Mike Powell, 360 Whitney. Mr. Moderator, hopefully another easy question, perhaps relating to the zoning. What are the parking requirements for this new zoning overlay district, and how will they be applied relative to this 300 guest capacity facility?
Can I get a planning board person? There we go, Bill.
So none of the parking items will change in this. So an overlay district basically goes over the top of the underlying zoning. So the underlying zoning is what will take precedence. Does that answer your question? I don't know what the exact numbers are, but whatever the underlying zoning is what will take precedence.
Is the expectation that there will be parking for adequate 300 guests off-street, or is it going to be somewhere else?
I believe it's all going to be at the facility. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Over here, please.
Millie Milton, 50 Fay Lane. First of all, Mr. Royce, I want to say thank you for bringing something forward to us that we actually might want to have in our town. But a couple of questions for the preservation restriction. Does that include stone walls? There's some pretty amazing stone wall features.
I'll ask the expert.
Sure.
Sorry.
They're not actually called out in the document, but it does require any site work to be reviewed. So the Historical Society would need to approve that, and if stone walls are of a concern, it could certainly be addressed.
Okay. Thank you. The other question I have is that there are probably project timelines and parameters that both parties, both sides have to meet. What is in place in case they're not met? Is there a binder, financial?
Yes. Yep, absolutely there are. It is, if they don't open within 18 months or stop operating for 6 months, it's considered abandonment. So the town can terminate the lease and take back the property, but first the lender has the right to step in. But we do have it written in the lease.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So don't stall people, all right?
Over here, please.
Hi, Karen Warren, 55A Church Street. During these studies, did the feasibility look into what will be, when this opens, the impact to town resources like police, fire, and what that required growth will be to support this establishment?
So, yeah, we did look at all of that, and we looked at the numbers that we had when it was an event venue prior to. So the La Cava's owned it, and I always mess up, Tomielos? They were another family that owned it as a big function hall. So yes, they're good with all of the numbers. We have a traffic plan, and actually, in future years, what people typically do is they'll all stay at a hotel and they'll take a bus in and then get bussed out. So back in the day, there were more cars than we'll probably see right now.
And then just, do you guys foresee there being a need to increase the Northborough Police Force or Fire Department to accommodate this in future?
No, we don't.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome. Are we ready to vote, or no? Okay.
Just one more question. John Bourgeois, 52 Washington Street. Seeing the venue, it looks as though it could be more than just a wedding event venue. Looks like it almost could be like a concert hall, bringing in musicians, bands, that type of thing. In that event, how would that impact, if that is to occur, how would that impact the parking, the road traffic? Is there going to be any kind of thought around having a light there? Will there need to be a light there? Reconfiguration of Route 20, et cetera?
So it's only what is allowed under that hospitality zone. And also, after, hopefully, they're approved, then they'll go to planning board, they'll go to site plan design review. So there will be all stipulations in place. And we know there's neighbors around the back end of the property. We've had several discussions with the neighbors, so that is not in the plans. Yep, you can be assured.
And over here, please.
Hi, I'm Diane Doherty on Maple Lane. When I went to the open house last week, or whenever it was, up at the White Cliffs, I was jokingly saying to someone, well, I see that you don't have an elevator now, but I imagine you'll have one when it's totally restored. And they said, no, they don't have any intentions of having an elevator or anything to reach the second floor. And I said, well, how will someone that's disabled be able to use the second floor, and they said, well, they don't have any plans for that at all, that they don't have to make any plans for that.
So they do have plans. For instance, the second floor is only for bridal suites, and if somebody had a disability, they would just take a downstairs room and turn it into a bridal suite to make sure it's one level, and the ballroom is also on the first level where everything will be ADA.
It just seems kind of, if they're going to have that many guests, it seems kind of, it just seems like they would need to have some kind of restroom on the second floor and some kind of...
No, they have all of their numbers working to use that first floor because they have, the ballroom is where most people will congregate, the new ballroom, and the rest of the first floor, they may have a little cocktail hour. Upstairs, again, it was just for, the brides and the grooms to get ready.
Okay. All right.
Seeing no other questions, I will ask for Article 4, recommendation from the Select Board.
Mr. Moderator, the Select Board recommends unanimously that this article be passed.
Thank you. And may I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 4, please?
Mr. Moderator, at the time that the Appropriations Committee met, we didn't have the final information, and so this article was passed over for recommendation. In preparation for town meeting, the final documents were made available to the committee. Earlier this evening, we continued to agree to pass over this article in terms that the Appropriations Committee isn't involved in the negotiation of the lease agreements. So it's outside of the Appropriations Committee purview to offer a explicit recommendation to approve or not to approve. So we continue to pass over this article.
Thank you. Now, we are voting on each of these articles individually. And I know that the presentation said that they were all very closely related. But to make sure that we keep the record straight, it's easier to do them individually. With that being said, I'll start with Article 4. And that authorizes a long-term lease of White Cliffs and a future option to sell the property. This requires a 2/3 vote.
I thought they did at the beginning, right? Yes, yes. Okay.
Sorry about that. We were just double-checking ourselves. As I said, it's a 2/3 vote. And what you're voting on is on the screen now, and the voting is open. The voting is slowed. We will close in 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, and it is closed. I declare that Article 4 passes by the required 2/3 vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Article 5.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to approve Article 5 as printed in the warrant.
The motion has been made and seconded. What this article does is approves a tax incentive agreement to support the redevelopment of White Cliffs. This requires a simple majority vote, and the voting is open. Keeps going. Okay, the voting has slowed. We will close the voting in 3, 2, 1, and the voting is closed. Article 5 passes by the required majority vote. Article 6.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to approve Article 6 as printed in the warrant.
The motion has been made and seconded. Presentation has already been made. What we're voting on. Oh, we didn't get that. Okay. On Article 6, I was just reminded we didn't get a recommendation from the Select Board on Article 6 and the Planning Board.
Mr. Moderator, the Select Board recommends unanimously to pass Article 6.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, the Planning Board voted to unanimously accept Article 6.
Thank you. So what we're voting on is to see if the town will vote to amend the Northborough zoning map and zoning bylaw to create a hospitality overlay district on parcels comprising Assessor's Map 53, parcels 73, 74, 75, and 155, allowing hospitality-related uses by right and by special permit as set forth in new Section 7-07-030, or take any other action relative thereto. And the voting is open. This is a 2/3 vote requirement. And the voting has slowed. So we'll close the voting in 3, 2, 1, and we're closed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. Trust me, you're going to love it. Congratulations, you guys.
I declare that Article 6 has passed by the required 2/3 vote. Article 7. Allow payment of unpaid bills from previous fiscal years. This article will be passed over.
Do I still make a motion? Do I need to make the motion?
Yes, and we need an explanation as to why it's being passed over.
Okay. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to pass over this article.
Motion has been made and seconded. Do you want it?
Mr. Moderator, this article is being recommended to be passed over. There are no bills from the prior year remaining unpaid.
So we need to vote on passing over Article 7. And the voting is open now. I was just told by the finance director that you may not submit your own bills to be included in Article 7. I didn't say it earlier, but this is a simple majority. Okay, the voting has slowed. We will close the voting in 3, 2, 1, and the voting is closed. Article 7 passes as a passover. Article 8, Town Budget.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate and transfer from available funds a sum of $32,013,104 for town government, as outlined in the warrant booklet distributed at this town meeting, and to meet said appropriation, the following sums available for appropriation be transfer from cemetery sale of lots, $14,250, transfer from cemetery trust income, $30,964, transfer from debt exclusion premium reserve, $368, transfer from DPU transportation fund, $5,801, transfer from conservation commission fees, $300, transfer from fire department EMS revolving fund, $434,514. Transfer from recreation revolving fund, $103,000. Transfer from animal control revolving fund, $33,605. Transfer from PEG access cable related fund, $200,909. Transfer from opioid settlement fund, $20,000. Transfer from free cash, $1,200,000, for a total of $2,043,711, and that the sum of $29,969,399 be raised by taxation.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Presentation is by
Stephanie
Bacon.
Just me. Before we begin the budget presentation, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that this was a particularly challenging budget year. Between rising costs, competing priorities, and the need to remain within Proposition 2.5, there were some difficult decisions that had to be made. That said, we were able to come together collaboratively and ultimately present a balanced budget that reflects the town's priorities while remaining fiscally responsible. I sincerely want to thank everyone that helped get us to where we are tonight. our finance director, Jason Little, for his tireless work, our department heads for their cooperation and dedication, thank you, financial planning and appropriation committees for their careful review and partnership, the select board for their leadership throughout the way, ASABIT, the school committee, along with Superintendent Greg Martineau and his staff for their collaboration and commitment with our shared goals. I also want to give a special thank you to my assistant, Town Administrator Diane Wackel, and Angie Souden, our executive assistant. And get a copy of the annual town meeting book. It is fabulous. It shows you community highlights. It shows you what the departments do. There's things that you don't even know. There's resources out there for everything. So please grab a copy before you leave. Great job, Kaylee from Northborough Media Connection, who worked on that book, and Angie as well. And finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't take a moment to recognize Linda Lepore, who's retiring from my office after 36 years of dedicated service to the town. That's a long time. Yep, we wish her all the best in her retirement. So it was a team effort, and I just truly want to thank everybody. We started our budget process early in July. We had the capital budget manual passed out to all the department heads. We had a due date by July 25th, which is very early, but we were on it. By August 26th, we held our financial summit, and we went over all of the operating budgets. We looked at the projected budgets, and the 5-year projections confirmed that Proposition 2.5 levy capacity would be exhausted in fiscal year 27. Leading to ongoing discussions of tax impact, operating budgets, and our capital needs. The Financial Planning Committee, who's responsible for our capital budget, so anything over $25,000, began meeting early in September. There were discussions with the Select Board in November regarding our certified fiscal year 25 free cash and our fiscal year 26 tax rate, and the proposed fiscal year 27 budget policy, which included setting a 2.9% budget constraint for all departments. That was to hopefully not hit an override status. The operating budget instructions were distributed to the departments early in December. Following that, the finance director and I met with all of the departments. We reviewed their budgets. When we met with the school department, they brought it to our attention that they were having unanticipated special education costs, and we all knew that we all had health insurance increases that were not planned. At that point, we updated the select board that we had a $1.44 million budget gap. In February, we were able to get it down to $1.33 million. And at that time, the select board voted to allocate $700,000 from free cash, which left a budget gap of then $633,000. We were able to address that amount through a combination of sources like pay-as-you-throw, solid waste subsidy, local receipts, and other post-employment benefits, which is our retirees' health insurance. Both the Appropriations Committee and Financial Planning Committee met extensively throughout the winter, culminating into a joint meeting with the Select Board in March where the final balanced budget was reached. Final adjustments were then made and presented to the Select Board on April 6th, at which time the board voted to execute the town meeting warrant and the election warrant. That was April 9th. Our goal throughout the process was simple: to deliver a balanced budget, to not have an override, and to hold on to our core services. I can say confidently that we have a balanced fiscal year 27 budget with no override. The property tax increase remains within Proposition 2.5. We used $975,000 of excess levy capacity with $305,000 remaining. And I'm going to just break it down how we were able to get to that point. We applied an additional $700,000 in free cash beyond the originally planned $500,000. We reduced OPEB trust fund contribution from $600,000 to $300,000. We increased the solid waste enterprise revenue by $187,000, allowing for an equivalent reduction in the general fund subsidy. We budgeted local receipts at $5.6 million, reflecting a 10% increase. While this budget complies with our debt and reserve policies, it's a little heavy-ended on our free cash. We typically don't take that much. I'm going to turn it over to our finance director, Jason Little, who will get into a little bit more detail.
Thanks, Stephanie. So you know what to expect from me. I'm going to talk first about some basics of the budget and municipal budgeting in general. Then I'm going to talk about the overall budget. We're talking about we're making this presentation under Article 8, but I'm going to talk about the overall budget for a moment. And then we're going to talk about some of the specifics about the town budget, which is within Article 8. So first of all, it's going to be helpful if you folks have the warrant book in front of you, because it'll be easy to follow along with what some of the things I'm talking about. If you refer to pages, the town budget's on pages 59 and 60, and the overall, what we call the budget model, is on pages 63 through 65 of the warrant book. So again, the overall budget model is shown on pages 63 to 65. The overall budget, and this may seem really basic, but the budget is segregated into revenues and expenses as separate budgets. So the overall budget is composed of multiple operating and capital articles. Those are expenditures that we're voting on. So a couple points about the operating budget. The operating budgets are, by law, cover activities that run from July of the year through June of the next year, and don't expand beyond that period of time. Its obligations, its orders placed, work performed, and goods and services delivered and ordered during that period of time. There's capital budget articles as well, and those have the ability to cross fiscal years. Capital articles and special purpose articles, separate from the operating budgets, do carry forward until the purpose of the article is complete. And then secondly, I want to make the point that the operating budgets, the lines in our budget, if you refer to page 59 and look at all the departmental budget appropriations, those cannot be exceeded by law, with the exception of snow and ice. So lastly, one of the basics of municipal budgeting is the revenue budget is based on estimates, and those amounts are not determined until well after town meeting. And basically, that's the purpose of setting the tax rate in the fall once the town's values are certified, and the state sets our tax rate in the fall. So our revenue budget will balance our expense budget. So I'm going to talk about the expense budget, the overall budget. So we had a balanced 27 budget. So expenses overall increased $5.5 million, or 6.46%. The education budgets combined, there will be 3 articles for education budgets. Those increase in total $3.2 million to $50.8 million, or 6.64%. There will be following articles for the K-8 budget, the Algonquin Regional budget, and the Assabet budget. Those will follow this Article 8. The town budget increases $2 million, or 6.4%. And the net total of the free cash funded capital articles and then our debt service increases $400,000, or 0.4 million. And so the effect of rounding in this, if you're doing the math along the way, is it adds up to $5.5 million with factor rounding. So this is what our expense budget overall looks like as a pie chart. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide, but if you want to continue to look at it, it's also in your warrant book. So now I'm going to talk about some of the specifics within this article, Article 8, and the overall town budget. So overall, the town budget increases 6.4%. Not all of that is town departments. The town budget in total includes debt service, health insurance, retirement assessments, the solid waste subsidy, and other fixed costs. And you can see the mechanics of that if you flip to the next page from the town budget on page 60. There's some mechanics where you can figure out where the amounts are that we're voting on. So it can be a little confusing, but it's all laid out on those 2 So I'm going to talk a little bit about the town's, some of these other amounts beyond the town department's budgets. The first being one of our long-term liabilities, which is the Worcester Regional Retirement Assessment. That's our pension assessment. That increases fairly dramatically annually, and it's a requirement that we pay this. It's an assessment. Whether we like it or not, we need to pay this assessment to the retirement system. And that increased 10.54% to $3.72 million. There's a funding plan that's regulated by a state agency called PARAC, and we are expecting to see a 10% increase annually in this expense. And one thing to note about this, what's called the normal cost, that's the cost of current employees that are we're being assessed for. That's $866,000. So that's the cost of current employees plus the cost of administering the program. So overall, there's a plan to be fully funded by 2036, and the town's share of the retirement system liability, and it's one of our long-term liabilities disclosed in our financial statements, it's $35 million. So over the next 10 years or so, that liability is supposed to be covered with investment income of the retirement system plus our assessments. All right, next and interrelated to that is our OPEB trust contribution. That's $300,000. Just a couple points about funding OPEB. That stands for Other Post-Employment Benefits. That's basically retiree health insurance. So the trust balance that has been created with our OPEB contributions has $8.9 million in it. And compared to our actuarial liability, which is calculated for our financial statements as well, it's a long-term liability that the town has. That actuarial liability is 41.7. That's may not sound like it, but it's been a success story because the town hasn't been at funding this for very many years. It started in 2015. So that's a 21% funding constraint. So the plan is that once the retirement system is fully funded, those resources would be shifted to begin funding the OPEB trust contributions. And so the point I want to make is that adding money to this trust fund has the benefit of the investment income. This is being invested with the state's PRIT fund, that's the Pension Reserve Investment Trust. And those are the folks that manage the state retirement pension fund. So they're professional money managers, and we've had the benefit of having this grow to $8.9 million, and that only includes $5.1 million of town contributions. So it's been successful in growing that balance. And interrelated to OPEB is health insurance. We've talked a lot about health insurance throughout the process here this year. Health insurance increases $1.2 million within the budget. It's 16% to $8.76 million. Our active plan, Harvard Pilgrim HMO, the premium increased in the renewal 12.44%. And the other element here, why this is going up so significantly, is our enrollment among eligible employees is up as well, approximately 10% versus the prior year. So to address this, we are going to be talking a lot over the coming year. This is a subject of collective bargaining. We're going to be talking a lot about plan design changes for the HMO plan for the next year because it's not a sustainable increase to increase this. It was 17% last year, 16% this year. And so a couple other points are that the retiree coverage within the $8.76 million, it amounts to about $1.3 million of that. And the ultimate goal of having an OPEB trust is that the investment growth in the trust will eventually cover the retiree share of the health insurance. But that's a long ways down the road, but that's the goal is being sought, and that's why these are interrelated. And lastly, it's not simply just the town employees that are within this health insurance appropriation. It's basically 30% town employees and 78% school employees as well. So also within the kind of fixed cost category that aren't town departments is the debt budget. That's increasing in total $56,000. So generally the town has declining debt schedules, meaning that as principal is paid off, there's lesser interest on an annual basis. We have declining debt schedules, but it's increasing. There's a couple articles that we've approved recently whereby we needed to budget for new debt coming on, that being a fire truck. It was a 2024 article, and then the Peaslee School feasibility article, which was a 2024 article as well. So we're limited by a statutory debt limit. That's 5% of our equalized valuation. That's basically a fancy way of saying our total taxable value in town. That's $4.54 billion. Our statutory limit's 5%. So it's a very high limit. So we're nowhere near that. That's $227 million. Our outstanding debt is in the neighborhood of $40 million. Our debt policy limit, we have a local debt policy that was promulgated through our town's local financial policies. And that limit is, it's a debt service on an annual basis should not go beyond a 10% of the annual general fund budget. So currently our budget's at our debt service budget's at 6.26% of the general fund budget. And this debt policy limit also includes making a calculation for overlapping debt, which is the town's share of the regional schools' debt, being Assabet and Algonquin's debt. So other fixed costs, you may wonder what those are. Those increased $375,000 to $2 million. That's employee life insurance. That's a very small appropriation of $9,000. It's other benefits / FICA, which is the employer share of Medicare tax and state unemployment assessments. It's workers' comp insurance, building and liability insurance. It's a provision for a Norfolk Agricultural High School tuitions. There's 2 students attending that school, so the town is required to pay for their tuitions there, as well as transportation to the school, which is in Walpole. It also includes, this section of the budget also includes state assessments and reserves for abatements, called overlay, or state aid offsets as well. And these are all listed out on page 60. All right, so now I'm going to talk a moment about the town departments. Those total $17 million. Those are up a total of 0.49% or $83,000 above the prior year. And then the categories within town departments, and again, I'm going to refer back to the warrant book. If you look at page 59, you can see the breakout of all of the town departments. General government, sometimes general government is used interchangeably with town government, but general government has a specific definition if you look to our financial statements. It's generally the administrative overhead for the town. It's the administrator's office, it's the finance office, it's the MIS/GIS town clerk, and then various other smaller departments like planning and conservation and so forth. That's 22% of the 17 million. Those departments total 3.77 million. Those are up 0.47% or $17,000 total. The public safety departments, including police and fire being the most significant within there, is 40% of the town's budget. Those are total 6.82 million. Those are up 2.3% or $155,000. Public Works in total accounts for 24% of the town's budget. That totals $4 million. So that is down 3.6% or $150,000. And then the reason that that's down is that the town provided for some of its paving money within the Public Works operating budget. This is a legislative success within the state. The governor has committed to a chapter, what's called Chapter 90, a bond bill for $1.2 billion. It's something the town's been advocating for many, many years, of increasing the annual Chapter 90 bond bill from $200 million to $300 million statewide. That means our town share, we can remove that portion or substantially limit that portion from the operating budget of the town by approximately $247,000. Also, we're undertaking a LED streetlight project that also accounted for a $65,000 $600,000 reduction within the FY27 Public Works budget. Human Services, that accounts for 5.1% of the town's budget. That totals $876,000, so that's up 2.5% or $21,000. And Culture Recreation, that's the last class. That includes the library, the media department, which
Moderator,
is
point of order. We have a rule that says presentations are supposed to be 15 minutes or shorter. We are at almost 21 minutes. The body needs to get consent to go longer. It's Rule 200B.
You can time the presentation.
What time should we set?
It's not.
The point was well taken, and our intent was 20 minutes, and I think we're getting close to that now. Jason, you may continue.
Oh, thank you. Town departments, again, total $17.1 million. The point I want to make, concluding talking about the town departments, is that each department is a separate appropriation of the care of each department head. Combining all of them together, of the $17 million, roughly $12.2 million, or 70%, is payroll costs, and the remaining amount, the remaining 30%, are expenses. All right, so one of the first steps in the budget is to, budget per our financial policies, is to develop a free cash plan once we know what our free cash amount is certified at. So this is basically what the uses of free cash plan ended up to be. Funding the capital plan, and I'm back to talking about the overall budget, not just the town budget. The overall capital plan, $3.7 million. The Appropriations Committee Reserve Fund at $175,000. Nothing is being proposed to be transferred to stabilization. And then it also applies $1.2 million to the operating budget, so that leaves $150,000 in reserves. The point I want to make here is that the budget is compliant with our local reserve policy. So our stabilization balance is now $6.74 million. The reserve policy limit is 7.38% of the $91.3 million budget. And then if you add the $150,000 in free cash, that's 7.55%. So that's well within, we are, per our policy, maintain a balance of 5 to 10% of the annual budget in reserves. So our reserves are stabilization and any remaining free cash. So I'm going to talk briefly about the revenue. Our tax receipts is the largest source. Those increase 4.4%. State aid, 7.3%. That increases 2.95%. That's based on the governor's budget. Our local receipts, those were increased. The budget was increased 10.39%, or approximately $500,000 to $5.6 million. Free cash is the next smallest source. That's $5.1 million of the $5.25 million certified. And then the reason this article is so long, when the motion was read, is the transfers and available funds. Those account for 0.9%, or $843,000. And those are listed on page 63. And let's see. This is in the warrant book too, so I'm not going to spend any time on it, but this is what the revenue budget looks like as a pie chart. And what people are ultimately interested in generally is the estimated tax impact. This is how you would calculate the tax impact of the impact of the budget. So the average single-family home currently in FY26 is $706,000. We've estimated that will likely increase a factor in value for FY27. So that would be $741,000 doing that math. The tax base, the total taxable value of the town, is currently $4.73 billion. If we estimate that increases another 5%, that would be $4.96 billion for FY27. So the tax impact to the average single-family home of $741,000 would be calculated this way. You take the tax levy from our model, $73 million, times $1,000 to get rate per thousand, divided by 4.96 billion. That comes out to a tax rate of $14.74 per $1,000 of value. So if we take the average single-family home of $741,000 times 1474, that equates to a $10,922 estimated average tax bill. So the impact over the prior year is projected to be $462 or 4.4%. And again, these are just come with a disclaimer. These are rates that will be determined when the tax rate is set in the fall. And just a quick statistic, when you're weighing budget proposals, so forth, the tax rate, 1 cent in the rate equates to $50,000 of revenues or expenses, and then the tax impact on a $741,000 house would be 1 cent in the rate is $7.41. So $50,000 of new revenues or expenses equates to $7.41 to an average single-family home in terms of increasing or decreasing the tax impact.
Okay, we have exceeded our time limit.
All right, I'm done. I'm concluding. I'm just going to say it was a difficult budget year. This maintains overall compliance with our policies, and it's important for us to maintain our bond rating and so forth.
Thank you. Before we take any questions, I wanted to get recommendations from the Select Board.
Mr. Moderator, the Select Board recommends passing this article by a vote of 4-0 with 1 abstention.
Thank you. And may I hear from Appropriations, please?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of this article.
Thank you. And we have a question over here on microphone B.
Yes. First question, is the Finance Committee weighing in on that or just Appropriations? It's just for the Appropriations to weigh in on? Yes.
Just Appropriations.
Okay, thank you. A quick question, so I understand better. The motion for Article 8 brings in the total amount of money to be raised by taxation. And the general improvement projects, pardon me, are included in that total amount, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? Jason?
No, that article only includes the town, what's considered the town budget. Article 8 only includes the town budget. We were doing the presentation to be comprehensive of the entire budget. So if you look at page 59 and 60, it lists out the totals, and the capital articles are not included in that appropriation. Those are appropriated separately in the special articles that are to come.
Okay, so when they're appropriated, when they go through and they pass or they don't pass, those are added to a number at the end of the meeting, or those are added in the beginning?
Those aren't included in the $30 million article for Article 8, but they are included in the $91.3 budget $91.3 million budget model.
Okay, and if some of those don't pass because they, whatever reason, that is a savings that would then transfer over to next year's levy limit, correct? Whatever that amount might be reduced by.
If you're asking about the articles that are part of the annual budget, that are part of the raised through taxation, that would increase the capacity for the next year if those don't pass. If they're free cash funded articles, that will have no effect on the tax rate.
Okay, thank you very much.
Over here, please.
Mr. Moderator, Aaron Hutchins, 91 Brigham Street. First of all, let me just say thank you for avoiding the Prop 2.5 override. Thank you. Thank you. I have a question relative to the retirement and the OPEB. So I was on the select board 15 years ago, I think, when we got OPEB instituted into the town. I wasn't aware that we had the ability to reduce the contribution. I thought we were mandated at a certain level. I don't recall whether we've been paying $600K a year for all the years that we've been paying, but I was a little bit surprised tonight to see that we could reduce that by 50%. So my first question to you is, if that could have been reduced by 50% all of these years, why didn't we? And then secondly, if it is now at a 50% reduction of contribution of where it was all these years, doesn't that necessarily imply then, as you indicated, once we finish with the retirement, then we're just going to have to shift that same amount of money over to OPEB now to make up the difference for, I guess, the shortfall? Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, you are understanding it correctly in that we're not required to make that contribution. When the liability was first acknowledged, it was, I'm not going to get too far into the weeds of this. It was per GASME requirements that we recorded on that liability on our financial statements. We have to hire an actuary to calculate that liability. This was back in 2013 to 2015 that the options for funding the trust fund to start funding a balance for OPEB started happening, and then the local option meals and rooms tax was passed back then, and that was kind of seen as an informal funding source to begin making the contributions to the trust fund. So it's not required. We're required to fund the pension payments right now. So we're required to, we're being assessed by this outside agency, the Worcester Regional Retirement System. They're both long-term liabilities. So they're liabilities that we're judged on in our bond ratings, so forth. So the goal in the future is
All right, I'm going to interrupt you because the clock's winding down, even though I got 2 more minutes. But just to get to the retirement board question that I wanted to ask, you say it's going to be fully funded by 2036. Is that because the amount of money that we'll have in at 2036 is going to just perpetually regenerate what we need, or is that a state mandated limit that we've reached and now we're done? What's the answer to that?
It's a state law that the pension systems have to be fully funded by 2040. Worcester Regional, they've adopted an approach of funding it so that it would be fully funded by 2036.
All right. Thank you again for avoiding the Prop 2.5 override. Who did that? I don't know, but it seems like the petition that I have relative to this question is already passed.
I ask that people stay on point when we're having discussion. Any other discussion or debate on Article 8? Yes, please.
My name is Charles Frankie, and I live on Howard Street. Last year, we were lucky enough to get a grant for the extra firefighters, and from what I've been able to see, we've been able to do a lot more with less overtime. My question is that last year's town meeting, we did not pass an article to begin funding when this grant money runs out. Is there anything in the fire department's budget or anywhere else that begins to recognize that liability?
To answer that question briefly, no, but we've continued to model the expense that's going to be coming in FY28, the next fiscal year. So it's an unanswered question. It's an expense. It's not provided for in this year's budget.
Are there any other questions, debate on Article 8, please? Hearing none, this is what the motion is for Article 8. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate and transfer from available funds the sum of $32,013,104 for town government for the fiscal year starting July 1st, 2026, or take any other action relative thereto. This is a majority vote, and the voting is open.
I said I would time anything.
Yes, okay. The voting has slowed. We will close in 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Voting is closed. Article 8 passes by the required majority vote. Article 9, Northborough pre-K through 8 grades school budget. Bryce McKnight, please.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Bryce McKnight. I'm the chair of the Northborough K through 8 School Committee, and we are incredibly humbled and honored to present to you our budget for next year. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate by taxation the sum of $32,076,841 for the fiscal year 2027 operations of the Northborough Public Schools.
Motion has been made and seconded. Our presenter will be Rebecca Pellegrino.
Good evening, everyone. I am Becky Pellegrino. I am the Assistant Superintendent of Finance for the Public Schools of Northborough and Southborough, and I'm pleased to present an overview of our fiscal year 2027 school budget for the pre-K through 8 district. The FY27 budget is $32,076,841. This represents an increase of $2,086,899, or just under a 6.96% increase from fiscal year 2026. There are 4 line items that are really driving this fiscal year budget. They are special education transportation, special education out-of-district tuition, special education collaboratives, and salaries. In fact, those first 3 line items represent about 58% of our overall increase for FY27. Now, those costs are not optional. Those are things that we are legally required to provide to our students based on individual education plans. And really, the district has little control over those costs. Since we began the budget back in August, we have made further reductions that are not represented in this budget of just over $2 million. And included in that are 7.4 FTEs. We have also made line item reductions. Those include supplies, materials, and technology. And we also utilize one-time funds when available. Now, when you look at our line item budget that is available tonight, you will see that 60% of our regular education budget is either flat or reduced. It is really those 4 line items that we are talking about that are driving this budget. So another contributing factor in the special education costs is also a decrease in the amount of circuit breaker reimbursement that we received from the state. Each year, school districts do receive reimbursement from the state through the circuit breaker program. This is a way of offsetting special education costs that districts are facing. This year, we did see a reduction in $880,000 in circuit breaker funds as compared to FY25. And as a way of explanation for the circuit breaker program, when we are applying for circuit breaker, so for example, we will be applying for our FY26 reimbursement at the end of this fiscal year. So in July, we'll be applying based on the claims that we have for this current school year that we're in. We will receive those funds in next year, and then we will apply them to the fiscal year 28 budget. So the amount of money that we are receiving or utilizing for our FY26 budget is based on a cohort of students from FY25. I also wanted to show historically what our budgets look like in terms of our special education costs. The green bars represent what we had received from the state in circuit breaker. The orange lines reflect our collaborative tuition payments, and the blue lines reflect our private school tuitions. And you can see that for FY27, we are receiving fewer dollars in the form of circuit breaker, and therefore our overall budget really is being impacted for the operational budget. And then finally, just to go back to the beginning, our FY27 budget is a $32,076,841 budget. And I will say that this budget does preserve class sizes, it preserves the programming that our students have, while also making some reductions in terms of staffing, but it will not impact any of the services or any of the programs that are being afforded to our students currently. And I welcome any questions. And I apologize, I'm losing my voice with my allergies, so.
Yes, please.
Hi, Ethan Lippitt, Indian Meadow Drive. So we saw on the circuit breaker that there was a reduction over the past in the FY26 section in terms of the amount provided to us. Do we expect to see that level of reduction in FY28, or do we expect it to go back up? Is there a specific reason for that large increase?
Sure, so we do expect to see that number go back up. We are actually anticipating about a $275,000 increase. Again, that's our estimates for receipts that we will be able to utilize for our FY28 budget.
Thank you.
Hearing no more questions, I'd like to hear from the Select Board on Article 9. Well, hold the vote.
Sorry,
No problem.
I stumbled out of my seat. Kelsey McCauley, 5 Birch Hill Road. So going through the Northborough Public School budget, the line substitutes long-term, it was 600% increase, $180,000. What is the justification behind that?
So are you looking at the short term or the long term? And I think you might have, is that the regional budget?
No, this is the Northborough Public Schools budget.
Okay.
Yep. The regional has a different number.
Okay. So we do have 2 line items. One is the long-term sub account, and then there's also our short-term sub account. Long-term represents any type of a placement that is greater than 30 days. This is actually, I think, the 3rd year that we have had that line item, and so we have been tracking it, and we have better numbers, and so we're able to better predict. So for example, in FY25, our actual expenses in the long-term sub-account were $260,000. This year, we are on pace for year-to-date at $162,000. So really, we are tracking, and previously, we had accounted for that within our teacher salary line item, but now, because we do have to report to DESE on an annual basis, we have split that out into a separate account.
All right, you said it was 160 something this year? 165, you said?
162.
Okay, thank you.
And that's year to date.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, may I hear from the Select Board on Article 9, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Select Board unanimously recommends passing Article 9.
Thank you. And may I hear from Appropriations on Article 9, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee also unanimously recommends approval of Article 9.
And from Financial Planning, please.
Financial Planning hasn't opined on this. It's not a capital project.
And K through 8 School Committee?
The K through 8 School Committee unanimously supports this article.
Thank you. This article requires a majority, simple majority vote. This is what you're voting on to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate by taxation the sum of $32,076,841 for the fiscal year 2027 operations of the Northborough Public Schools, or take any other action relative thereto. Once again, a simple majority, and voting is open. I see the voting has slowed a bit. So voting will close in 3, 2, 1, and voting is closed. Article 9 passes by the required majority vote. Article 10, please. And I believe it's Joan Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Joan Frank, 420 Whitney Street, member of the Northborough K-8 School Committee and Northborough Southborough Regional School Committee. I move the town vote to appropriate the sum of $17,121,521 for the Northborough's fiscal year 2027 assessment for the operation, capital, and debt service of the Northborough Southborough Regional School District, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $292,210 from free cash and raise by taxation the sum of $16,829,311.
May I have a second, please? Motion has been made and seconded.
And now I'd like to introduce Becky Pellegrino, our Assistant Superintendent for Finance.
Okay, good to be back. So now I would like to shift to the operational budget for the Algonquin Regional High School and for Northborough's assessment of that operational budget. As Joan mentioned, the school committee voted budget is $31,416,287, which is a $2,071,974 increase, or 5.81% increase. And again, this is a level services budget, and it is our intention to maintain our programs as well as the experiences that our students have. Again, these budget drivers will look familiar to you. They are very much the same as what we just saw with the K through 8 budget, where we have a special education transportation, out-of-district tuition, as well as collaborative tuitions. We also have the salaries. However, there is one additional line item, and this is similar to what Jason and Stephanie spoke about, and that is health insurance, because like the town, we are also seeing a 12.44% increase in our health insurance costs. And it's interesting to note that these line items will account for approximately 60% of our operational increase as well. And just like the pre-K through 8 budget, since the start of the budget cycle, we have applied just over $2 million in reductions. We are looking at a reduction of 5.5 FTEs. We have made similar reductions in our supplies, materials, curriculum resources, and technology. And we are applying the circuit breaker funds that we do receive from the state to offset any expenses. So as I mentioned, there are 4 line items that are really driving this budget. They represent 60% of this increase, and those are, again, the special education, out-of-district tuition, health insurance, transportation, and special education collaboratives. And those represent just over $1 million of the increase that you're seeing tonight. At the regional level, we also receive circuit breaker funding. This is a little bit more fluid through the years. We did see a decrease, though, in the funds that we are using for our FY27 budget of just over $200,000. And again, wanted to point out where our expenses have been with the special education tuition. So you can see that really since FY22 up until FY25, our expenses were around $1 million in those 2 line items, the special education out-of-district and collaborative tuitions. In FY26, we did see a substantial increase, and we were just under $2 million, $1.9 million to be exact, and that is due to a new student who moved into our district from another community, and we became financially responsible for that student's tuition. And we are seeing that also reflected in our FY27 budget as well. We are anticipating that in FY28, we will see a decrease in this line. We have 3 students who will be aging out of this program, and so we are anticipating that this will be hopefully the last year that we will see that type of an increase in our special education tuition. I also wanted to point out that as part of the regional budget, Northborough is responsible for 61.3% of the operational budget. We break that down into 3 different categories. The non-exempt category, which is the first column, that includes the operational budget. You can see that for FY27, Northborough's increase is $884,280, which is a 5.91% increase. The second column is the exempt debt, and that is for the ad reno of Algonquin. FY27 is actually the last year that we will have a bond payment for that renovation. And then the third column is for non-exempt capital and for debt. That represents the athletic complex. We will be going out for permanent financing this coming summer, as well as capital projects that are slated here at Algonquin. So overall, the assessment to Northborough is a 7.68% increase, or $1,221,227 increase over FY26. And we have also applied $675,000 in excess and deficiency funds to further reduce that amount as well. The capital assessment that is included in this budget includes 6 projects Those total $477,000. Again, Northborough's portion of that is 61.26%, or $292,210. So once again, the FY27 budget is $31,416,287, which is a 5.81% increase over FY26. And again, I welcome any questions.
It was so perfect, there are no questions. Okay? On Article 10, may I hear from the Select Board?
Mr. Moderator, the Select Board unanimously voted to support Article 10.
Say that again, it was unanimous? Just so everyone can hear it.
I'm sorry? Unanimous.
Thank you. Appropriations on Article 10, please.
Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee also unanimously recommends approval of Article 10.
Thank you. And financial planning on Article 10.
Mr. Moderator, for the capital needs component of Article 10, Financial Planning Committee by a majority vote recommends approval of this Article 10.
Thank you. And Regional School Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. All 10 members of the Northborough-Southborough Regional School Committee unanimously supported the budget presented tonight, and we'd like to thank the voters of Northborough for your continual support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the vote for Article 10 is a simple majority vote, and this is what we'll be voting on. To see if the town will vote to appropriate the sum of $17,121,521 for Northborough's fiscal year 2027 assessment of the operations for operations, capital, and debt service of the Northborough-Southborough Regional School District, Algonquin Regional High School, or take any other action relative thereto. And the voting is open. The voting has slowed, so we will close the voting in 3, 2, 1. The voting is closed. Article 10 passes by the required majority vote. Article 11, Assabet Valley Regional Vocational School District Budget. Virginia Sims George.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate by taxation the sum of $1,552,757 for Northborough's fiscal year 2027 assessment for the operation and debt service of the Assabet Valley Regional Vocational School District. We have Jean Savoya, our interim business manager, who will be presenting a short summary of our year. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to ask for that. Motion has been made and seconded. Ms. Savoy, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I feel badly. I feel my presentation's longer than all the other school presentations, and we have the smallest budget, and it's also a decrease. But I'm sure that Mr. Houle, who was ill this evening, would be very upset with me that I didn't go through a few of his slides. I would like to thank Virginia Sims George. She's currently the chair of our school committee and puts in a number of hours helping at the district, and we greatly appreciate her time as well as the rest of the school committee. Again, Hello, Ernie. We're sorry you can't be with us. So Mr. Hool is our superintendent director, has been for 10, this is his 11th year, and this is the first time he's ever missed a town meeting. I'll just begin. A couple of quick facts about the district. We currently have 1,131 students and 200 staff. Our main student body is in the 9 to 12 age group. We do have 2 additional programs that are accredited and or board certified. Those are the LPM post-secondary program and the cosmetology post-secondary program. They are both in 10 months, they receive the number of hours and or credits that they need to become certified in their fields. We also have some other technical institute programs in the evening for HVC, plumbing, electrical, and all those types of more traditional technology programs that people who are underemployed or need additional change of life career courses, they are able to attend that. And plus, we have 250 community ed programs that anyone's welcome to come in and take part in the fall and spring semesters. In Northborough, we currently have 65 9 to 12 students and the 1 post-secondary for a total of 66 students overall. The students in the 9 to 12 programs have chosen, the majority of those students have chosen house carpentry as their program of study. The second highest program is the plumbing program, and the third highest selection is our electrical program. We have 17 students graduating this year. Of the 17, 2 are going on to a 4-year college, 2 are going on to a private 2-year college, and 2 more are going on to a private public college. We have 10 students already have their certifications and work papers and certificates for their programs and are able to go directly into the workforce. We've partnered with the town on several projects at the Northborough Senior Center and at Alliance Health and at the American Legion. We've had an increase of 45 students, so our overall increase is 4.2%. Our funding for Chapter 70 is up 5.2%, and also our local minimum contribution was up 13.2% this year due to the increase in our enrollment. Our general operating budget is $31,603,100. That excludes the long-term net debt. Our overall increase is $2,645,251,000. The long-term debt is, at this point, this year's payment is $1,658,875,000, and that's a decrease of $44,000 as the interest is going down on the bond. Our total FY27 budget is $33,261,975. Our budget drivers would actually be much the same as everyone else. It's the busing, it's the health insurance, we also are paying into Worcester County retirement system for our state-funded employees. All those items are going up. And we're trying to maintain our programs so they're viable, that they're producing workforce-ready skills for our region and for all our students to be on the cutting edge when they walk out of our doors. As I mentioned earlier, we had 66 students from Northborough, and that's actually a decrease of 9 students from the previous year. So our minimum required state requirement for Northborough is the $1,340,336, and that's the minimum required. Above, we have our net school busing. This year, we're receiving $888,000 reimbursement from the state. Our actual busing costs are over $2 million, and the portion that's not covered by the state currently is $1,137,551. Of that, Northborough is going to be paying $66,559. the part of the long-term debt for Northborough is $115,458. That's set at the time we took the bond out in 2016, and that dollar amount was based on 3 years' population at that time, and it's averaged out, and that's how so that number won't go up or down depending on whether your students go up or down. We have established a capital stabilization fund. This is if we have a boiler that breaks down or a roof issue that we need to have addressed. If we have to go back to the towns to get the money to fund a project like that, you'd have to have another town meeting, or if you didn't have a meeting, we'd have to wait 45 days. So we're trying to squirrel away money, so if we have an emergency, we're able to try and take care of it ourselves, or at least get it started until we can get to the towns and get our funding that we might need. The long-term debt relates back to the borrowing. We actually borrowed $27 million back in 2016, and it was for sprinklers and life safety type of items, new windows, new boilers, and as I said, we're working on moving that down. The same amount. It's the same $1.1 million actual debt amount each year, and as the interest goes down, as I said, the share goes down 44,000 spread across the communities. There's a separate slide for that. We have our operational budget, and it pretty much spells out what we're getting from each town for our local minimum and what we're getting above our local minimum and our state funding and what the district is putting in. We're also including some E&D, and we're also including some interest income and medical reimbursement to cover the budget for the coming year. Our expense budget is this is our last page, and as you see, if you look, you can see the same thing. The pupil transportation sky high, our health insurance, and then for the retirees and the current staff are high. It's basically the same story, I think, everywhere. And as I said, our total budget is $33,261,975,000. And I'd be happy to entertain questions.
Hearing no questions on Article 11. May I hear from the Select Board, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Select Board unanimously voted to support Article 11.
Thank you. And may I hear from the Appropriations Committee on Article 11?
Mr. Moderator, likewise, the Appropriations Committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of Article 11.
And the Vocational School Committee? Thank you. Okay, this is a simple majority, and the voting will start in a moment as soon as I'm able to tell you. Article 11, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate by taxation the sum of $1,552,757 for Northborough's fiscal year 2027 assessment for the operation and debt service of the Assabet Valley Regional Vocational School District, or take any other action relative thereto. And the voting is open. The voting has slowed, so we'll close the voting in 3, 2, 1. The voting is closed. And Article 11 passes by the required majority vote. Article 12, Water and Sewer Enterprise Funds.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Jacob Jones, member of the Select Board. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate and transfer from available funds the total sum of $6,159,911 as displayed in Article 12 of the warrant booklet for the Water and Sewer Enterprise Funds fiscal year 2027 operation of the water and sewer utilities.
Motion has been made and seconded. Presentation by our DPW Director.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Scott Charpentier, Public Works Director. We're here to discuss the Water and Sewer Enterprise Funds, and after that will be the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund. They've been separated into two different articles this year. So these are enterprise funds as authorized by state statute. They provide separate accounting and financials for each division. This allows us as a municipality to demonstrate to the public what portion of operating expenses are covered by the user charges and what portion, if any, is subsidized by the taxes. Like in this first Article 12 will be on the water and sewer divisions. So on average, Northborough uses approximately 900,000 gallons of water per day. All of it is purchased directly from the MWRA. Our water system includes an interconnection with the authority, 2 water storage tanks, and 4 inactive wells. The system serves approximately 80% of the community, with the remaining properties served by private wells. And the water budget is supported 100% by the rate, the user charges. There is no tax subsidy associated with the Water Enterprise Fund. The proposed FY27 operating budget is $3,140,623, which is approximately 4.6%, or about $133,000 more than FY26. This increase is attributed to 3 main factors. We've all heard about healthcare rising, costs rising. Well, the enterprise funds cover healthcare, FICA, workman's comp. All the insurances are covered by the enterprise funds. So a portion of this increase of 133 is associated with healthcare. There's also a $60,000 increase in our debt payments due to recently approved borrowing articles. One was a while ago with the Assabet Tank Rehab Project, and the other one was approved, last year to replace a couple utility bridges. Revenue for the current fiscal year, FY26, is expected to meet our projections, and we project FY27 revenue to slightly decrease. That's primarily contributed to water conservation measures. Anybody and everybody who replaces a shower head or a toilet in their house ends up using less water than they did the day before. So we always have a conservative water use reduction in our rate studies. So a formal rate study will be conducted, as it always does, after the close of the fiscal year, late July, early August, and that'll be what the basis is of a rate adjustment, if any, is needed. The Sewer Enterprise Fund provides 100% supported by the user fees. There is no tax subsidy for this one either. Approximately 30% of the town has access to the municipal sewer system. The municipal sewer collection system includes 9 pump stations, with all discharge going toward the Marlboro Westerly Wastewater Treatment Plant over on Boundary Street. The proposed FY27 sewer operating budget is $3,019,288, which is 5.4%, or approximately $156,000 more than FY26. This increase again includes increases to the healthcare insurance requirements, as well as a projected $150,000 increase to our Marlboro assessment. Marlboro charges us to treat the sanitary sewer waste based on a proportionate flow to the treatment plant as compared to their operating expenses. This year, we're projecting conservatively a $150,000 increase to that line item. The delta, the whole budget's going up 156. Marlboro's only going up 150. The way we were able to absorb contractual increases as well as healthcare increases is through debt reductions. Our debt payments are going down, our principal payments are going down, which has allowed us to have a bit more of a balanced budget. Again, our rates, projections for rate studies decrease every year because we bill sewer based on water use. If you use less water, we bill you less sewer, but the operating expenses continue to rise just like all of our expenses at home do. We do that formal rate study July and August, from which a rate adjustment, if anything, will be evaluated and warranted and discussed through public hearing.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
Hi, thank you. Carter Brannon, 22 Sherland Drive. Just wanted to, as we talk about our water, which comes from the MWRA, just to acknowledge that this year is the 100th anniversary of the passage of the Ware River Act, which began construction of the systems that would connect what would become the Quabbin Reservoir to the Massachusetts water system, and to take a time to kind of just appreciate and thank all of the people who continue to work on our systems, the people who gave up their homes and their towns, as well as the many people who worked to build our water system, many of whom were immigrants who came across the ocean, worked really hard to create the systems that we all enjoy today. Thank you.
Thank you, Carter.
Any other questions? Hearing no questions, I would ask for recommendations from the Select Board on Article 12, please.
Mr. Moderator, the Select Board unanimously voted to support Article 12.
Thank you. And may I hear from Appropriations on Article 12?
Yes, Ms. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee voted in the majority with one abstention to recommend approval of Article 12.
Thank you. For Article 12, it is a simple majority vote. And this is what we're voting on, to see if the town will vote to appropriate the sum of $6,159,911 for the Water and Sewer Enterprise Funds for fiscal year 2027 operations of the water and sewer utilities, or take any other action relative thereto. And the voting is open. So the voting has slowed. We will close the voting in 3, 2, 1, and the voting is closed. Article 12 passes with this majority, with the required majority vote. Article 13, Solid Waste Enterprise Funds.
Mr. Moderator, this one's a mouthful. I move that the town vote to appropriate the total sum of $1,413,182 for the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund for fiscal year 2027 operation of the solid waste utility, and to meet said appropriation, to transfer the sum of $120,000 from solid waste fund free cash, raise and appropriate by taxation the sum of $504,182, and raise from solid waste revenues the sum of $789,000.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. Presentation by our DPW Director.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So continuing on the enterprise fund discussion, the solid waste is an enterprise fund. We manage the town's trash, recycling, yard waste, and hazardous material disposal. The fund administers essentially 3 very large contracts, one for the collection of waste and recycling, a second contract for disposal of the solid waste, and a third for processing of the recyclables. As indicated in the article, the total FY27 budget is $1,413,182. This represents a $61,000 or 4.5% increase over last year. Of that $61,000 increase, $38,000 is attributed to contractual increases for those 3 items I just mentioned. And we've also added $20,000 for yard waste, processing, removal, and disposal. One thing that has changed for FY27 from FY26 is the FY26 budget, solid waste budget, was supported by approximately 50% taxes and only 50% of program revenue. The Select Board voted to raise the bag prices by $1 each, starting FY27 July 1. That's resulted in cutting the tax subsidy by approximately $187,000. So that $187K comes out of the taxes and goes into the program revenue. Where last year was approximately a 50-50 split, now it's approximately 35% taxes, 65% program revenue.
Oh, that was short. Any questions? Hearing no questions, may I have some recommendations from the Select Board on Article 13, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Select Board unanimously voted to support Article 13.
And may I hear from Appropriations on Article 13?
The Appropriations Committee, by majority vote with one abstention, recommends approval of Article 13.
Thank you. So for Article 13, requires a simple majority, and this is what we're voting on. To see if the town will vote to appropriate the sum of $1,413,182 for the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund for fiscal year 2027, operation of the solid waste utilities, or take any other action relative thereto. And voting is open. The voting has slowed. Voting will close in 3, 2, 1. Voting is closed. Article 13 passes by the required majority vote. Article 14, revolving funds authorization of expenditure limits.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to set the annual expenditure limits for the revolving funds for fiscal year 2027 as printed in Article 14 of the warrant booklet.
Second.
Did I hear a second? Motion has been made and seconded. The presenter, Jason Little.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mass General Law requires that expenditure limits be authorized annually for the town's revolving funds that are allowed by the town's revolving fund bylaw. Revolving fund is an accounting entity whereby revenue is credited to a fund outside the general fund, and expenses are paid from that balance, while the fund balance carries forward across fiscal years. The total expenditure limits of the 7 existing funds is proposed to be $1,310,000 for fiscal 27, which is the same as the current year, fiscal 26, and the prior year, fiscal year 25. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions on Article 14? Hearing none, may I hear from the Select Board on Article 14, please?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, the Select Board unanimously voted to support Article 14.
Thank you. And may I hear from Appropriations on Article 14?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, the Appropriations Committee voted in the majority with one abstention to recommend approval of Article 14.
Thank you. Article 14 requires a simple majority in the vote. This is what we're voting on. Article 14, to see if the town will vote to set the FY 2027 expenditure limits for revolving funds, Fire Department, EMS, and hazardous material, $750,000. Animal control, $50,000. Family and youth services, $20,000. Council on Aging, $300,000. Community affairs, $20,000. Library, $20,000. Health Department, $150,000. Or take any other action relative thereto. and the voting is open. And the voting has slowed. The voting will close in 3, 2, 1, and it's closed. Article 14 passes by the required majority vote. Article 15, please. Appropriations Committee Reserve Fund.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to appropriate and transfer from free cash the sum of $175,000 to the Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 6, Reserve Fund to provide for extraordinary or unforeseen expenditures.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Presentation by Jason Little.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This article is provide for the Annual Appropriations Committee Reserve Fund. The Reserve Fund is used to provide for unforeseen extraordinary expenses that are not provided for within the annual budget. The mechanics of the fund are the Appropriations Committee would hear a request and a budget transfer would follow the committee's affirmative vote. The source of funding for this article is free cash, and that follows a practice that has been in place for multiple years. The use of the fund has been varied across the years, one example being legal services, but most frequently the use of this fund has been to apply to this town's snow and ice expenses near year end to avoid rolling a deficit over to the next year. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions on Article 15? Hearing none, may I have a recommendation from the Select Board, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Select Board voted unanimously to support Article 15.
Thank you. And may I hear from Appropriations on Article 15?
Yes, the Appropriations Committee voted in the majority with one abstention to recommend approval of Article 15.
Thank you. This is a simple majority vote, and this is what we're voting on. To see if the town will vote to appropriate and transfer from free cash the sum of $175,000 for a reserve fund to provide for extraordinary or unforeseen expenditures in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 6, or take any other action relative thereto. The voting is open. The voting has slowed. Voting will close in 3, 2, 1. Voting is closed. And Article 15 passes by the required majority vote. Article 16, Special Education Stabilization Fund.
Joan Frank, 420 Whitney Street, School Committee.
Excuse me, I'm going to interrupt. Could I have a motion, please?
Oh, are you making the motion?
Yes.
Oh, that's great.
Okay, thank you.
It just got changed.
It's okay.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Is that okay? Article 16, to see if the town will vote to accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 40, Section 13E, and authorize the Northborough School Committee to establish a special education stabilization fund that can be used in future years for anticipated or unbudgeted cost of special education, out-of-district tuition, transportation, and recovery high school tuition, or take any other action relative thereto.
It's been seconded. Okay, so we have a presentation for this.
Yes, Assistant Superintendent of Finance, Becky Pellegrino.
Thank you.
So this article will allow the Northborough School Committee to establish a special education stabilization fund. As mentioned, Mass General Law does allow school districts to establish the stabilization fund to cover unexpected or unbudgeted special education costs. The reserve fund can be used in future years for those unbudgeted or unexpected costs. The law does require a majority vote. The school committee has already approved the establishment of this account, and now it is up to the town meeting to also pass the stabilization fund. I will note that there is no funding provided in the FY27 budget to fund this account. We are simply looking to establish it so that in future years we will be able to appropriate monies into an account. We cannot have a balance of greater than 2% of the district's annual net school spending in this, and funds can only be used or expended after a majority vote of both the school committee and the select board.
Thank you. Are there any questions on Article 16? Hearing no questions, may I hear from the select board on Article 16?
Yes, sir. The select board voted 3 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstention on Article 16.
Thank you. And may I hear from appropriations on Article 16?
The Appropriations Committee voted in the majority with 1 abstention to recommend approval of Article 16.
Thank you. We're voting on Article 16, which is a simple majority, and this is what we're voting on. Well, that's interesting. Okay, to see if the town will vote to accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 40, Section 13E, and authorize the Northborough School Committee to establish a special education stabilization fund for unanticipated or unbudgeted costs of special education out of district tuition, transportation, and recovery high school tuition, or take any other action relative thereto. And the voting is open. So the voting has slowed. We'll close the voting in 3, 2, 1, and the voting is closed. Article 16 passes by the required majority vote. Article 17, Stabilization Fund Contribution.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to pass over Article 17, but I do believe there's a presentation or comment on the logic of what we're doing with Article 17. But I move that we pass over it.
Second.
Okay. And the presentation, please?
Or just a comment.
Or
yeah,
comment?
I think I'm the logic. We just, if I'm not, I'm just going to say I am. Stabilization, we usually do fund this, but this was one of the ways we were able to fill that budget gap this year.
The article as written was to fund it $0, so we're just voting to move over that.
So there's a motion to pass over Article 17. Are you good with that?
You want recommendations?
Well, from appropriations, is there a recommendation?
Appropriations voted unanimously to pass over the article, AKA funded $0.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Article 17, this article is to be passed over, and the voting is open. Okay, the voting has slowed, and we will close the voting in 3, 2, 1, and the voting is closed. And Article 17, the motion to pass over, has passed by the required majority vote. Article 18, senior tax relief.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to approve Article 18 as printed in the warrant.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded, and a presentation from Jason Little.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So the town endeavors to implement and enhance any lawful senior tax relief options enabled by Mass General Law. We look for any new local options offered by legislation closely. This year, where there were no new relief options offered, though the town's existing income limit can be increased for the existing 41A senior tax deferral program offered by the town. So eligibility for the 41A program is based on a senior's income. The maximum income allowed to qualify for the program per the law is set to match the state's income limit for what's called the senior circuit breaker. The law requires town meetings set a fixed limit, so this article proposes to do that to maximize eligibility for this program, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. And may I hear from the Select Board on Article 18, please?
Mr. Moderator, the Select Board unanimously voted to support Article 18.
And may I hear from Appropriations on Article 18?
The Appropriations Committee recommended unanimously approval of Article 18.
Thank you. And there's a question on microphone B.
Yep, Dan Derby, 35 West Street. Just quick question, is there a maximum that the state allows to put this number at?
Yeah, we're proposing to move the limit to the maximum.
Oh, so it's accepted. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none. For Article 18, this is what we're voting on, to see if the town will vote to increase the maximum qualifying gross receipts limit for seniors age 65 or older, eligible to defer property taxes under Massachusetts general laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 41A, from $72,000 to $75,000, or take any other action relative thereto. And the voting is open. And the voting has slowed. Voting will close in 3, 2, 1, and the voting is closed. And Article 18 passes by the required majority vote. Article 19, CIP, Police Department, cruiser replacements.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
I move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $140,000 for the use of the police department for the purchase and equipping of 2 new police vehicles to be transferred from free cash to be available for expenditure starting in fiscal year 2026.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. Presentation by our Police Chief, Brian Griffin.
Good evening, everybody. Brian Griffin, Police Chief. Every year we come before town meeting and we ask that town meeting voters consider supporting us on our cruiser replacement schedule. Usually we ask for either 2 or 3 vehicles every other year. For the past 2 years, we've asked for 2 cruisers and we've been supported by the voters. One would think I'd be here tonight asking for 3 cruisers since I told you we have a cycle, 2 or 3, depending on the year. I'm asking for 2 this year again. The reason being, we kind of reevaluated how long we can get out of our cars. A couple of years ago, or up until a couple of years ago, we would replace them every 4 to 5 years. We're taking out extended warranties on all of our vehicles now, which in the vehicles, they're good. They're going longer. So we're pushing that out now. We're turning them in after about 5 or 6 years. So I'm back here again, but this time just asking for 2 cruisers. The first cruiser will be a Police Interceptor. I think there's pictures behind me. Yeah, there we go. The Police Interceptor, which kind of looks like a Ford Explorer. That's your marked vehicle on the left. That's the car you see every day responding to emergency calls. These cars oftentimes can go up to 16 hours a day. They do idle a lot, so there is a lot of wear on the engines. The cruiser we're going to be replacing, the cruiser that we currently have that we're replacing is a 2020 Chevy Tahoe. So we're actually going to be getting rid of the Tahoes, phasing those out, and we're going with the Ford product for a couple of different reasons. But the main reason is there's a better extended warranties on the Ford products that we're not getting with the Chevys. The second vehicle that we're going to be replacing is a 2014 administrative vehicle. It's a Ford Escape, and we'll be replacing it with a Ford Explorer. The cost for both of these vehicles includes upfitting them all with all of the bells and whistles inside of it. Not really bells and whistles, but like, you know, the sirens, radars. We don't have like gold-plated things inside. That was probably the wrong term to use. Everything that you'd expect to see in a police car comes with the price. Computers, radar equipment, detainee transportation compartment in the back, a lot of wires, graphics, lights, sirens, and all of those things. So thank you for your consideration.
Are there any questions? Hearing no questions, may I hear from the Select Board on Article 19, please?
Yes, the Select Board unanimously voted to support Article 19.
Thank you. And may I hear from Appropriations, please?
The Appropriations Committee unanimously recommended approval of Article 19.
And from the Financial Planning?
Mr. Moderator, by unanimous vote, the Financial Planning Committee recommends approval of this Article 19.
Thank you. This requires a simple majority vote. And this is what we're voting on, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow the sum of $140,000 for the use of the police department for the purchase and equipping of 2 new police vehicles, or take any other action relative thereto. And the voting is open. The voting has slowed. Voting closes in 3, 2, 1. It's closed. And Article 19 passes by the required majority vote.
Thank you very much.
Article 20, CIP Police Department taser replacement.
Mr. Moderator? I
Yes.
move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $123,000 for the use of the police department for the purchase and equipping of new tasers to be transferred from free cash to be available for the expenditure starting in fiscal year 2026.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Chief?
Mr. Moderator, if I may, can I ask two of my officers to come up for a little show and tell?
Do they have tasers?
They do, but they're not going to display them. Okay, Officer York and Officer Luby. So I'm just bringing them up here because you can just kind of see a visual as to the tasers that we currently have and where the officers wear them. Officer York, Matt York, wears his on his left hip, and Officer Luby wears his on his vest in the upper part. A lot of your, I'll move it along, but a lot of your officers today wear what is called an outer carrier vest, not your traditional police uniform. There's a couple of reasons for that, especially a lot of the younger officers are wearing this style. I kind of go old school, but it allows them to get to their equipment quicker. It also provides a little more comfort when sitting in a cruiser. A lot of times officers have had back pain issues because of the belt. So that's why they're getting it off the hips and onto the chest. And the younger generation's just a little softer, I think, but that's all right. As you know, we have a difficult job. And as the police chief, I do worry about my officers every night I go to bed. And I don't care if you're working in the city or working in a nice town like we live in, I worry. The last thing any police officer wants to do is to use deadly force. Little kids always ask us, have you ever used your gun? They love asking that question. And my answer is no, and we hope we never have to. We equip our officers with less lethal options, one of which is a controlled energy weapon, also known as a taser. Besides the taser, Officer York has a baton, commonly referred to as a nightstick back in the day, and he would have pepper spray. Those are his other non-lethal options. Sometimes the best option is your voice. Doesn't always work, but that's our first resort, is using the voice. Our current tasers are the X2, and they are past the manufacturer's recommended useful life. We currently have 4 tasers that are out of service, and unfortunately, the manufacturer is no longer making the X2. Every officer for our department is assigned their own taser, and that's for a reason. We don't share them, just like their firearm, it's assigned to them. If it had to be used, it is then removed from service, and it is analyzed, and there's a software associated with the taser that will upload a lot of data as to how long the officer pulled the trigger for on the taser and things like that. So that's why every officer has to have their own. The taser we are looking to purchase is the X10 model. A key benefit to the X10, it will allow us, if we have to use it, to deploy it at 45 feet away from the subject we're dealing with. These current tasers, the X2, it's a 20-foot distance. Creating distance and attempting to de-escalate a situation is our goal in a volatile scenario. It is critical that our officers have dependable, less lethal options on their tool belt. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions on Article 20? Hearing no questions, May I hear from the Select Board on Article 20?
Yes.
Oh,
Mr.
where's the
Mo-
question? Where's the question?
Oh, that's okay.
Russ Thompson, 231 Davis. So this is about $5,000 per taser. The going price on Google is $2,300. Why are we paying so much more?
That's a great, it's not just the taser we're getting, it's a bundle. Okay, so you go into taser is owned by Axon. And Axon is a large company that probably 98% of police departments purchase their taser through. So we sign on a contract, it's a 5-year contract. Not only do we get all the tasers, but it's also, the bundle includes the software, training for our firearms instructor who will go to the training. It includes holsters, targets, cartridges for the tasers. These new tasers, you have 10 darts that are inserted into them. The current ones we have 2. So it includes the quote unquote the ammunition that comes with it. So it's not just the taser we're getting, it's the big bundle.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Now, if I may hear from the Select Board on Article 20.
Yes, sir. The Select Board unanimously voted to support Article 20.
Thank you. And appropriations, please.
Likewise, the Appropriations Committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of Article 20.
And with financial planning, please.
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee, by a unanimous vote, recommends approval of this Article 20.
Thank you. So with Article 20, it requires a simple majority vote. And this is what we're voting on, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow the sum of $123,000 for the use of the police department for the purchase and equipping of new tasers, or take any other action relative thereto. And the voting is open. The voting has slowed. We'll close the voting in 3, 2, 1, and the voting's closed. And Article 20 passes by the required majority vote.
We thank you for your support. Thank you.
Article 21, Fire Department Squad 4 replacement.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
I move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $222,000 for the use of the fire department for the purchase and equipping of 1 new squad vehicle to be transferred from free cash to be available for expenditures starting in fiscal year 2026.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Presentation?
Yes, thank you, sir. Good evening. My name is Neil Espasi. I'm the Deputy Fire Chief, but I'm currently serving as the acting interim Fire Chief. Before I begin, I just want to thank the Town Administrator for recommending me for that position, and the Select Board for appointing me and giving me their trust and confidence in me to succeed in that position, and hopefully look forward to a permanent position if it should still be awarded to me. I'd also like to thank and recognize, I'd also like to thank and recognize now retired Chief Dave Parenti, who on April 1st officially retired after 10 years leading the Northborough Fire Department. Did a great job from what I hear. And that also concludes 40 years of service in the fire department. So we wish him the best in his well-reserved department. I'm going to just take it out of order here for a second. I gave Angie a break. All right, just real quick, a couple of important things just to kind of note to give you a background on some of our vehicles. So disposition proceeds, so just so everybody understands how vehicles work in the fire service. Historically, there was only two options. There was a dealer trade-in or the town selling or selling directly or auctioning. Number one, they had the market. They knew they had the market, so they would lowball the cost that they would trade in for. As for the logistics and the liability, that was a lot for a town to take on. We had to do everything ourselves, advertise, make sure the vehicle was in working order, take on the liability of warranties and things along those lines. So knowing that there's a market out there, a company came along called Garage. And our Captain McManus did some research on alternative disposition options, and they found that there was a strong secondary market, which is this company Garage. So we ended up in a partnership with them. And what they do is they run us all the logistics and coordination through them. So they do all the advertisement. They tell us how much a vehicle's worth, how much we're going to get for it. They work back and forth on negotiating with us on the price. They get a purchaser, set up deliveries, everything. All this falls within the Mass General laws for procurement, and it comes at no cost to the town. So you can see on the example, our engine 2 that we just received in the fall, the vendor offered us $10,000 for a trade-in. We sold it through this Garage company for $85,000. So a significant increase. Those proceeds, the way that it's set up, however, there are some trade-offs. That money goes into the general fund rather than going into the trade, which, kind of offsets a little bit. The vehicle that we asked for would be $10,000 less. But overall, holistically, it helps the whole town because it goes in the general fund. Free cash, that's where the apparatus come from, so it helps everybody, and it gives more flexibility to Jason when he tries to balance the budget, which he did a great job at this year. The other one is an industry-wide delivery issue. So if anybody's nerdy enough to watch Senate hearings and realize what's going on, there's 3 manufacturers in the fire apparatus industry that own 80% of the market now, and they're privately traded companies. And as a result, prices have skyrocketed as much as, over the last 8 to 10 years, 50% price increase. And delivery times and build times have increased 50% in the same time frame. So let me give you an example that I just got from a local attorney. In 2020, a certain fire apparatus would have cost $640,000. That same exact fire apparatus in 2026 is $1.4 million. The delivery time for that apparatus in 2020 would have been 18 to 24 months. In 2026, it's 48 plus. So what does that do? Obviously, it impacts the cost. This is something that affects every fire department across the nation, volunteers, small, rural, up to LA City Fire Department. What it does is it makes us, in our 10-year capital plan, have to keep apparatus in service longer, which results in higher maintenance costs, longer downtime for out of service, and a lot more wear. For example, our Medic 2, which we received in the summertime, we ordered that in 2022. It was delivered in 2025, 34 months it took to get it. What that resulted in is our Medic 1 had to run those calls that vehicle would have ran. So that ended up in escalating its wear and tear and mileage. So that vehicle just won't last as long. And this is the cycle that we're in. So what are we doing to help that out? Well, on our end, we've kind of adjusted our capital plan. So some vehicles we moved up. So the ambulance that would replace has been moved up to last year. And the other thing that we are doing is entering into non-binding ordering contracts. So what companies will do is, this year, we could go forward before town meeting, say we want to order this piece of apparatus. They say, okay, you're in the queue, which time's ticking, so it ticks away at that time frame. And ultimately, if town meeting votes to say, no, we're not going to fund it, or the funding's not there, no harm, no foul, because the manufacturer knows they're going to sell it. And they're probably going to sell it for more than they sold it to us for. So it's a win-win. We get it quicker, we get a lower price, and if it doesn't work out, they get a deal also. But the important part, and this is how important this topic is a national response. There's ongoing congressional hearings investigating antitrust practices for these companies. That's a big deal. Actually, Senator Warren's one of the leaders in the campaign. They did have Senate hearings, and they didn't really have answers for it. The other thing that's going on is collectively, fire departments across the nation are starting to enter into an class action lawsuit. And what they're going to do is, their hope is to build a fund so that if they're found guilty of antitrust, there would be money for fire departments to put in to recoup some of the money that was lost. So obviously, we know how that works. That's probably not 5-10 years down the road, but at least we're moving in the right direction. So let's hope that works out. So so here's our vehicles, what I'm actually up here for, which I can't bring it in here like the chief, but we brought the honor guard, so we're kind of fair. We traded off. So our vehicles. So the first one we're replacing is the multi-purpose squad, we call it, vehicle. It's a 2015 Dodge Ram 3500. The design right now, it currently doesn't meet our operational needs. It's got frame and body rust. Mobile radios, are not compliant with interoperability requirements for the state. They're no longer serviceable. We have unsecured storage inside the passenger compartment, so that's obviously a danger. And also the firefighters have to put their structural firefighter gear in the passenger compartment, which we all know that off-gas is carcinogens, which is not good to have in the passenger compartment. So what we're going to do is, so just like the police chief talked about evaluation, so we too evaluate what our capabilities are, what we have, what we need, and what our missions are, not only today, but in the future. So, and we evaluate and say, hey, what do we got? Do we need it? Does it work for us? So a bunch of firefighters get together, started evaluating this vehicle, and really broke it down into a different vehicle that I'll show you in a second that still meets our needs, but it's a lot different than the vehicle that we have, which is this vehicle right here. So this is going to be, we're going to go with a Ford product, mostly more because our ambulance is a Ford, so it streamlines our maintenance plan and finances. Crew cab, four-wheel drive, utility body, and what's called a skid unit, so it's in that bigger photo. That allows us to put a pump and a tank in it, but then we can remove that easily. And what that does for us is it makes it more versatile for us to use it as a pickup truck or as a brush truck or as a fire truck. And it still meets the needs, but it's more versatile, so a better value for the money. Cost drivers. So the important one about this one, and I'm really proud to say this one, is that vehicle that you see there, the Squad, was earmarked in the capital plan for $450,000. The vehicle that we're proposing that does meet our needs is $222,000. Over a 50% cut by your firefighters evaluating what we really need and not what we want. And just like the police chief mentioned, it's not just the vehicle. So when you see $220,000, it's $117 for the vehicle, but then the utility body, the equipment outfit, the skid unit, and the radios. One radio, so it's got three in it now. We're going to replace it with one. Again, it's cutting $15,000 for one radio. So any questions on that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, Doug Stone, 33 Birch Hill Road, and I did see the videos you posted about these articles, and they're very useful, thank you. And you showed the undercarriage, how it was rusting severely, and I wonder what the maintenance plan is to try to prevent that. Do you have a regular maintenance plan to wash off that undercarriage?
Yes, so a very good question. Actually, we were just talking, Captain McManus is here, he's in charge of maintenance. We were just talking about, setting up an undercarriage wash. And some of these vehicles, because of the station we're in, we're parked outside for a certain period of time, which, by the time these vehicles delivery shouldn't be an issue anymore, thanks to previous town meetings.
So are you planning to wash these in the new station?
Yeah, we won't wash them inside though. We'll kind of do a wash and you drive over it and it cleans out the other side. There's other options that you'll look at that you can do underpainting, Some people rave about it, some people say it's not worth it, so something we'll look into. But definitely maintaining them is definitely what we need. This vehicle actually was supposed to be replaced in fiscal year '25, so it's 2 years older on the frame rails.
And lastly, I see that it is red, and it looks like you're returning to that color. Could you talk briefly about that?
Yes, we are. So, great question. Did you set that up? So, no, I mean, a lot of things went good happening in the fire department. You know, we got the SAFER grant for the 8 people, which we really needed, 11% success rate nationally. The new fire station, a bunch of things going on. So, again, talking to the firefighters, you know, because they use them, what do you guys want to do? And they said, you know, we got such good things going on, let's go back to the traditional red. And so after a lot of conversation with Chief Parenti, we figured, you know what, let's do it. And we have certain vehicles in the queue that we should be able to be all red within a short period of time. So thank you.
Yes, please.
Millie Milton, 50 Fay Lane. So just a quick question. I noticed on this one it has like that really pretty aggressive front bar, but the other one doesn't. What is that for, and will it be something you need to add to the other one?
Good question. So this vehicle, when this vehicle was built, it was the flavor of the year. It does a lot of things okay and does nothing great. So it was supposed to be like a little mini rescue that can be a brush truck and go in the woods and do this. Obviously, if you've ever driven that thing in the wood, it weighs about 3,000 pounds, 30,000 pounds. It sinks. So the brush guard was for that.
Okay.
The new vehicle, we don't propose doing that. It's not necessary.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing no questions, I'd like to hear from the Select Board on Article 21.
Mr. Moderator, the Select Board voted 5-0 unanimously to support Article number 21.
Thank you. And may I hear from Appropriations on Article 21?
Appropriations Committee likewise unanimously recommends approval of Article 21.
And Financial Planning on Article 21.
Mr. Moderator, the Financial Planning Committee by unanimous vote recommends approval of this Article 21.
Thank you. Article 21 requires a simple majority vote. And this is what we're voting on. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow the sum of $222,000 for the use of the fire department for purchase and equipping of one new Squad 4 squad vehicle, or take any other action thereto. The voting is open. Okay, the voting has slowed. Voting will close in 3, 2, 1, and it's closed. And Article 21 passes by the required majority vote.
Thank you.
Article 22, Car 2 replacement.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $98,000 for the use of the fire department for the purchase and equipping of one new vehicle to be transferred from free cash to be available for expenditure starting in fiscal year 2026.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Presentation, please.
Okay, so this one, we're replacing a command vehicle, 2014 Tahoe. Again, this one was originally, this is a typo on my error. It was originally supposed to be replaced in fiscal year '24, so it's several years past. This is where we had upfitted or moved up the ambulance. This one has significant body frame rust and oxidation. Roof leaks because it's got so many antennas on it. The four-wheel drive gets stuck, so if it goes in four-wheel drive, you got to take it to the dealer and get it taken out of four-wheel drive. And in this winter, that was pretty hairy. Mobile radios, again, just like the squad, non-compliant, no longer serviceable. Same with the squad, security items in the cab and the structural gear in the cab as well. This one. So with this one, nothing glamorous or special, something similar that we're going to replace it with. We'll look at the frame stuff again. This will be able to be parked inside the station. This was always parked outside. This is also a take-home vehicle, which gets parked inside as well. We are going to swap over a couple of pieces of equipment. That'll help out the storage of the new vehicle and the radios. This is a big one. This vehicle, when it was designed before Chief Parenti, before me, had 7 radios in it. I don't know who they're talking to, but it had 7 mobile radios in it. So, and what that does is 7 antennas on the roof, which over years, you get the leaks, and that's where we're at. So we're going to replace it. We can do the same with 2 radios. So it's still expensive, but certainly not 7. And again, cost figures, $55 for the vehicle, $20 for the equipment, and there's those radios, $23,000. So, any questions?
Are there any questions?
Hi, Susie Sislika, 8 Emerson Road. So are you getting a Tahoe again, or are you going to switch to the Ford like the police?
So we priced out a Tahoe, and then in talking to the police chief about the extended warranty, we're going to evaluate. We use different vendors, so there might be options, but we are going to look into that, yes.
I was wondering if we could get a deal. That's why I was wondering. A bulk
Yeah,
discount?
yeah. Maybe if we bought like 17, they give us a deal,
Okay.
but.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, may I hear from the Select Board on Article 22, please?
Yes, sir. The Select Board unanimously voted to support Article 22.
And may I hear from Appropriations on Article 22?
Appropriations Committee also unanimously recommends approval of Article 22.
And Financial Planning, Article 22.
Mr. Moderator, by unanimous vote, the Financial Planning Committee recommends approval of this Article 22.
Okay. Article 22 requires a majority vote, and this is what Article 22 is all about: to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow the sum of $98,000 for the use of the fire department for the purchase and equipping of 1 new Car 2 replacement vehicle, or take any other action relative thereto. And the voting is open. Okay, the voting has slowed. We will close the voting in 3, 2, 1, and the voting is closed. Article 22 passes by the required majority vote.
So on behalf of myself and the firefighters, thank you very much, and also thank you for staying.
Article 23, DPW Facilities, Police Station Emergency Generator.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
I move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $342,000 for the purpose of purchasing and installing an emergency generator at the police station, including all incidental and related expenses, to be transferred from free cash to be available for expenditure starting in fiscal year 2026.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Our presentation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Still Scott Charpentier, Public Works Director. This is Article 23. It's to replace a police station generator. The police station emergency generator is original to the building construction from 1988. It's well past its useful life, and it's no longer compliant with current electrical building or safety codes. This building houses our emergency service lines, 911 calls, and dispatch. If the generator was to go down, we would lose dispatch for both police and fire. The new generator will be larger than the current generator. Electrical loads have increased in the building since 1988. It'll be code compliant. It'll be installed outdoors. It'll be diesel fueled. The existing generator will be removed. The generator room will open up free and available space for storage in the basement.
Thank you. Are there any questions on Article 23?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. Is it going to be outside or inside, or at the same location as the other one was on the west side of the building?
It'll be outdoors. The expectation is that it'll be on the east side of the building, across the parking lot, across the driveway from where the current vents are.
So when you come in the driveway, you'll see it when you first come in the driveway?
When you pull into the police station, you'll see it on the right-hand side after you go past the visitor parking, before you get into the police department parking.
And there's enough room for all of that, since is it the Collier that you're showing us? That's what they're going to be put there?
That's a sample generator. That's a generator that was installed at the Forbes Road pump station, sewer pump station. The one you see on the left-hand side, that is the existing generator located indoors.
Oh, that's indoors, so you're switching it from indoors to outdoors?
That is correct.
Okay. Is there any way that you can put it on the west side of the building where the other pieces are all fenced in?
The existing switchgear and service lines are all on this side of the building, so it would be, yes, you can. But the more cost-effective approach would be to replace it near where the existing switchgear is.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Hearing no other questions, may I hear from the Select Board on Article 23, please?
Yes, sir. The Select Board voted 2 yes, 2 no, and 1 abstention on Article 23.
Thank you. And may I hear from Appropriations, please?
Appropriations voted unanimously to recommend approval of Article 23.
Thank you. And may I hear from Financial Planning, please?
Mr. Moderator, by a majority vote, the Financial Planning Committee recommends approval of this Article 23.
Okay, Article 23 requires a simple majority vote. And this is what we're voting on. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow the sum of $342,000 for the purpose of purchasing and installing an emergency generator at the police station, including all incidental and related expenses, or take any other action relative thereto. Voting is open. Okay, the voting has slowed. Voting will close in 3, 2, 1. It's closed. And Article 23 passes by the required majority vote. Article 24, please.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to amend the motion so that Articles 24, 25, and 26, as printed in the 2026 Annual Town Meeting warrant, be taken as a consent agenda and voted on as a single motion.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
could we get recommendations prior to discussing these articles? This was one that the Select Board, Appropriations Committee, Financial Planning Committee all had consistent votes on to make sure that the town meeting attendees know that.
I have no problem with that. With that being said, may I hear from the Select Board?
Yes, sir. The Select Board voted 0 to 5, 0 yes, 5 no on Article number 24. They voted 2 yes, 3 no on Article 25. And on Article 26, the vote was 0 yes, 5 no.
And may I hear from appropriation on said articles?
On Articles 24 for the one-ton facilities van, the Appropriations Committee voted 1 yes, 3 no, and 1 abstention on recommending that article. On the one-ton dump truck, Article 25, Appropriations voted 1 yes, 4 no on that article. And for 26, the street sweeper, Appropriations Committee voted 1 yes, 4 no.
Thank you. And may I hear from financial planning on the 3 articles?
Mr. Moderator, for all 3 articles, 24, 5, and 6, the Financial Planning Committee unanimously voted no on all 3.
Thank you. We have some discussion here as to whether there was a second on the motion to join the consent agenda. There is a second. Where we stand now is that the individual boards and appropriations and boards and committees have mentioned and given their thoughts on what's going on. I'm ready to entertain questions. Over here at microphone A, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mitch Cohen, 12 Whitney Street. I'm curious whether the motion to combine these articles is the recommendation of the town administrator and Department of Public Works, or if it came from the Select Board. Thank you.
What was my recommendation? What was your question? I'm sorry.
That's all right. My question was whether...
Oh, Mitch, I'm sorry. I was looking at Gib. Okay.
Gib and I also often get confused.
Yeah.
My question was whether the initiative to combine these articles was the recommendation of you, the town administrator, and the director of DPW, or whether it was something that the Select Board
Sure.
decided to
The
do.
director of DPW suggested it, and then I brought it to the chair.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Chase, I want to let him present first, and then if you have a question.
Yeah, this will be very quickly.
Okay.
If that's okay. So last year's town meeting, those of us that were here remember it was a bit longer than most. There was discussions amongst the moderator and department heads about how town meeting can be streamlined a bit. Consent agenda items was one of them that was brought up. Had the boards and committees voted significantly differently than each other on these 3 articles, I would not have suggested they be combined as a consent article. The votes of the 2 committees and the board were very similar. So, and as an effort to try to speed along town meeting, I thought it would be better for the residents and the voters that they be combined.
Now your question.
Well, I don't have a question as much as I want to thank the boards and the select group for their votes. Over the last 9 years, as I pointed out over the last 2 years at these meetings, we've had 24 new trucks purchased within the DPW. The street sweeper, as far as I'm concerned, is not a necessary piece of equipment to provide the services, core services needed. This has no reflection on Scott or his performance or anything like that, but we're looking to try to streamline the expenditures somehow and develop a budget that's going to be more in favor of the taxpayers than just departments. We have provided these services that with a lot less equipment and personnel than we're doing today. And the overall expenses are just getting out of hand. So I'm pleased with the way you voted. Scott, no personal grudge against you on that, although you got to let up on the rock salt on the road. You're rusting out the damn fire equipment, and we're paying more on that.
Over here, please. Over here. Microphone A.
Yes, Justin Barr, 173 West Main Street. I was just questioning why it was such a big vote for no for the DPW equipment. You know, going by other towns, you see Shrewsbury, they got twice the personnel, and some of the other towns as well. Yet Northborough's always looking better. It's a smaller crew, but it definitely helps having these said tools to get these jobs done. I know they can be pricey at times, but they obviously go a long way. They got a great mechanic over there. You got great director and supervisor getting the stuff done. They ask for something when it's needed. So I was just wondering why was everything hard no, pretty much.
This is just my view. I'm not speaking on behalf of all the different committees and select board. There's 3 different articles together, so it's a little nuanced. There's vehicles that are addition to the fleet, not replacement.
Yes, I believe just one of them was the facilities van.
Yep.
Which, because I'm not a facilities person, but going from, okay, put it in the back of the pickup truck, you got lots of money of tools and whatnot driving around. You know, God forbid an animal goes out into the street, you have to jack on the brakes. Well, all that equipment could get damaged and need to be replaced. That adds up. So I can understand adding a new vehicle to the fleet could be a concern, but say with the street sweepings, that's picking up hazardous materials, stuff like that obviously nobody wants to touch. And same with the other one-ton truck that's used a lot, is also very old. There's only so much you can do to keep these things going.
And then I would also just add that taxes are going up quite a bit. We're looking to try to see ways that we can responsibly control the spend. And when we're adding to the fleet, or we have 2 street sweepers, and one is out of life, but it still works, and one is within, these are the things we talk about. It's like we want to keep Northborough as affordable as we can. We're going to be looking at potential overrides coming up. These aren't easy decisions, but I think you saw a lot of consistency across the committee and the select board, and so that should be a pretty strong signal.
Thank you.
Over here.
I have Ken Mantler, Howard Street. I have a little bit of a process question around the consent agenda. That's not really in our rules to combine articles into a consent agenda. It is in town meeting time, but that process does not seem to be being followed. A consent agenda, if we have it, isn't debatable. So if we're gonna do this, I would love to see consent agenda used by this body, but we need to develop the rules around that, because I don't think we're following the process, and it's certainly not debatable.
Yes, so if we, sorry.
Go ahead.
Moderator, thanks. Yes, if we were to do a consent agenda like we just did, you could hold on certain articles. So if you were okay with 24, but not with 25, you could say hold with 25.
Right.
But good point. You need instruction, absolutely.
We need instruction, and we're not doing it properly, in my opinion. So either we don't do the consent agenda and we debate each one, or we come up with a process to have a consent agenda. Yes, moderator?
Well, I've been working with town council, and there seems to be some agreement up here that the process that we went through this evening may not be exactly as you expected, but it still makes sense.
but then you're not allowed to debate the consent agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's the rule.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, then thank you. And to the previous question, once the consent agenda has been voted, then you may very well be right. But what we're doing right now is voting whether or not to take 24, 25, and 26 as a consent agenda. You are right. Typically, we will have that in the warrant as printed, and we'll know about it. But for now, this is what they're attempting to do is combine the three. I think what you're saying is once we've combined them, then typically the way it goes is that we take one out if we want to debate it. If we don't debate it, we do it as one motion.
Which is not what we did. We started debating the consent agenda.
Well, and
we never voted to have a consent agenda, which you generally don't do. You just have it, and then you just have the body have ways to take something off of it to debate.
That you are correct. You started to debate it, and we probably should have reined it in and said, this is what we're this is what we're voting on right now, is whether or not to combine the three. And if the vote was yes, then somebody could have stood up and said, I want to take out 24, or the like.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn as well. It's past 10 o'clock.
I think under your bylaws, it says it shall adjourn at 10 o'clock, but I think it says you have to finish the motion that was currently before the body.
Thank you.
Which we don't even know the consent agenda or not.
Over here, please.
Thank you. Fran Backstrand, 76 Cedar Hill Road. I just actually wanted to know whether we, regardless of what the recommendations were just announced, will we hear from the DPW director on the merits of the articles so we can make a decision as to whether we want to vote on them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It will be a brief. Yes,
Lisa
please.
Maselli, 13 Maple Street. I was sitting in on the financial planning committees when they did many hours of discussion on these three articles. They had much thought and much discussion, and I felt that they did their job. And by giving them the information to the select board, normally, I think the select board would have, if they voted the way they did, would have not put them on the warrant this year. And I'm kind of surprised it's here on the warrant. Now we have some discussion and some questions. I would like to recommend that we pass over these three, and in the future, if the committees who do their work to recommend one way or the other, that they should probably be listened to. Thank you.
After consultation, I think it's important that we vote on whether we want to have these three articles combined or not. That seems to be the question that needs to be answered before we can make other changes and go in different directions. Crickets. So we're ready for a vote? Okay. We're voting on combining the three, okay? Yes. Okay, what we're voting on is a consent agenda motion for Articles 24, 25, and 26. And it says, I move the town vote to take Articles 24, 25, and 26 as a consent agenda and move them as a single motion. And the voting has started. And this is a simple majority vote. Now, so there's no confusion. No means we take them separately. Yes means we take them together. And the voting has slowed. The voting will close in 3, 2, 1. It is closed. So we have moved to the consent agenda. They are combined. And is there anything you'd like to say in your presentation?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, relatively quickly, I'll breeze over the 3/1 article, maybe. Mr. Moderator.
I'm sorry.
Am
My
I
bad.
good?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. So I'll go over these three very quickly. One is a facilities van. We created a facilities division in 2023, hired 2 dedicated facilities employees. We have a facilities manager and a facilities field staff. The field staff, he currently works out of a regular cab F-550 dump body. So the facilities tasks he does is kind of handyman work, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, HVAC that does not require licensure to do the work, replacement of filters, carpentry, some painting, kind of a jack of all trades. Working out of a regular cab truck with a simple job box in the back is not the most efficient way for this gentleman to serve the community. It's important that he has a wide berth of tools, so when he arrives to a building and there's a substantial problem, he has what he needs to do the work. That cannot be accommodated in our current fleet. Every vehicle I've been before you over the past decade has been a replacement vehicle. This is the first new vehicle to a fleet because we have a new division. That was the motivation behind requesting a facilities van, so that our handyman could better serve the buildings of the community. The 1-ton dump truck replaces a 15-year-old F3.
Point of order. When
Excuse
we're
me?
on a consent agenda, this is what town meeting time says. Again, my name is Ken Mantler. A single brief affirmative motion with no debate will ensue. So we should just be voting on it. There is no conversation to be had on a consent agenda. We already have the information.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, sir?
There should be a brief affirmative motion with no debate will ensue on a consent agenda. I'm reading right from the rules.
There's not a debate. What this is a presentation.
Right, but we've already had the presentation. A single brief affirmative motion is made, and that's it.
Just a moment. There has not been a presentation. There has not been a presentation,
Not that
Mr.
I'm aware of,
Moderator.
no.
There shouldn't be a presentation. Not what a consent agenda is.
So the next, we're looking to replace a 2012.
Excuse me, Scott?
Yep, of course.
We just need a quick timeout, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. What we're doing is we're working on making sure there's a clear motion that's up and everyone sees it before we do anything else. Okay, so we'll be with you shortly. No. Because how can you have a presentation when you don't know what the presentation is about? You got to have a motion first. Ready for it? Whoa. Whoa. Down to the bottom. No, wait, you on that bar. All the way down to the bottom. Edit bar. Go to edit at the top. Click at the bottom of that. Good. Okay, can everyone see that? Not really. So let's make it a little bit bigger. Okay. It's spilling off, yeah. Well, scroll down, right? Okay. This is as clear as we can make it. I move the town vote to approve Articles 24, 25, 26 as printed in the 2026 annual town meeting warrant as a consent agenda, and that the sums of $97,000 for Article 24, $185,000 for Article 25, and $325,000 for Article 26. For the uses stated in each article, said sums to be transferred from free cash and to be available for expenditure starting in FY 2026? 2026. Yes.
Mr. Moderator, so moved.
Motion's been made and seconded. Now we can have the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And sorry, my intent was to have this go a little more quickly. Guess I didn't quite hit the mark on that. So the facilities van hasn't changed since I was up here a few minutes ago. Quickly, I'll go through the one-ton dump truck. We're replacing a 15-year-old F-350 that has a rejection sticker on it. The vehicle, it's corroded, it's rusted. The vehicle will have over 7,000 hours at the time of trade-in. To put that in perspective, a typical citizen's vehicle with 150,000 miles will have 4,000 hours. So this has 7,000 hours. It has a lot of idle time when it's on the side of the road doing work. It's part of our regular replacement cycle. Chief indicated he has a replacement cycle, as does FD. So does DPW. Every other year, we replace a large vehicle, a large Mack truck. Every other year, in the intermittent years, we replace something of this size, an F-350 dually or an F-450 or 550. The Mack trucks are very expensive. These are a little less, so we cycle them back and forth. We have 11 Mack trucks. That means we get 22 years out of each. We have 7 of these kind of mid-sized trucks, so we get 14 years out of those. This truck will be a little bit different than the one you see. It'll have dual rear wheel axle, which provides additional towing capacity. When this truck you see behind you was purchased, we did not have the mini excavator for the cemetery. We now have one there. It's heavier. It needs a larger payload to tow it. This truck serves the cemetery mostly. So it'll be able to pull the mini excavator to the cemetery. And then the last of the 3 is a street sweeper. We have 2 street sweepers in service. We're mandated by EPA, who's locally enforced by DEP, to sweep all streets in Northborough twice a year. There's 81 miles of road, so that's 160 miles of gutter line. It takes about 8 to 10 weeks to do the entire town with 2 sweepers. In the event we went down to one, we would likely not be able to complete the town during the sweeping season. That would pose a problem to DEP and the EPA. We report to them every year how much street sweepings we collect and dispose of, including the mechanism and method of disposal. When they see a large undulation in those numbers, it does pique their interest on why. I would expect there could be a notice of noncompliance if we don't have proof that we swept all the streets twice. We would end up having to contract the work out. In order to contract the work out, we have to get in the queue of a contractor at least a year, possibly 2 in advance. There aren't a lot of contractors that do this work on a commercial level. A lot of them do parking lots. But the ones that do this on a commercial production level are few and far between, and you got to get on their books early. The cost to rent one street sweeper with operator to help our current one would be an additional $32,000 a year out of the operating budget. So this would replace a sweeper that's 17 years old. They're typically 12 to 15 years old when they get traded in. This was slated to be traded in FY25. We pushed it out to 27. So that's the 3 consenting vehicles.
Thank you. Are there any questions on this particular motion or article?
I'll ask the professional.
Town meeting time does not say.
I don't. So I'm willing to say no.
Yes, Gib.
Mr. Moderator, Gib Chase, 6 Kimball Lane. If the Select Board has voted no, if our Finance Committee has voted no, if our Appropriations Committee has voted no, and they've all put in the time required, to address these articles, if all of them have voted no, and you're really serious about streamlining the process here and making it simple, this shouldn't have been on the warrant, and we shouldn't have even been asked to vote on this in the first place. And that's the whole thing. And for the last 5-6 years, I've been trying to get the Select Board to cut down on the number of articles and to, reduce this doggone annual warrant that we have. I mean, you go up to Shrewsbury last year, 34 articles, no equipment purchases at all. And they got a big tax base, commercial, industrial, besides us. Marlboro, the same thing. We shouldn't be voting on this. Procedure, to authenticate you guys, I don't know what you're all doing. If you're going to vote no and you're going to put all the time in on this, and then you're going to still bring it to the voters to vote on, I don't know what the heck you're all doing up here. I really don't. I don't have anything against you. I'm trying to be nice, but do we really know what the hell we're doing here? You're not following your procedures. Your Select Board is the one that puts the warrants together each year, and you decide on what articles go in. And golly, if I can, if you all are in agreement that we can forego this right now, that's the way it should be. Same doggone thing with that Blake Street and Pierce Street thing. It shouldn't even be on the warrant when we voted
You're
twice last
drifting.
year to get rid of this thing. Just put it on the shelf for a while.
He's through.
Sorry. It doesn't require a vote, Mr. Moderator, quite frankly.
Thank you.
Question about compliance and the EPA possibly catching up with us on this. What would be the repercussions if the EPA comes back to us? Would there be potential fines?
Through the moderator. So the EPA is the issuing authority for our MS4 permit. That's a stormwater permit. The most recent permit, which is actually due to expire this year, 9 years ago, DEP became the local enforcement agency for it. Years past, EPA had a NIPSI permit that came out. Nobody really paid attention to it. We're a small community. They're more worried about larger discharges. Well, now the DEP is the enforcement authority. All the reporting goes to them. So the DEP's process typically is a phone call or an email saying, what happened? Why are your quantities down? And we explain it. If the explanation doesn't meet their standards, they would issue an NON, a notice of noncompliance, which is basically an order that says, fix this in the coming 12, 18 months. Tell me how you're going to fix it, and then prove you did. If I was to come back to town meeting and a sweeper does not get approved and we don't have funding for contractual services, then the NON turns into an ACO, administrative consent order. That's when they start talking fines. The DEP doesn't want to fine communities. They want us to comply. And they'll do what they can to force us to comply. And compliance doesn't need to be a street sweeper. It can be $35,000 in the operating budget, times 2, when the other one breaks. And then I can get on the queue with a contractor to do it over and over again. The struggle is, do we do it in-house? Do we contract it out? Well,
Are we in time to get in the queue for one of these contractors, or is it too late for?
for next calendar year, yes. Yes.
And I just want to say, I look forward to the day every spring when our street gets swept. So personally, I would really like to see this street sweeper. And I kind of feel like we've been railroaded here on this whole agenda. I just don't understand what just happened, because I personally think we should have debated them separately. And I like the idea of DPW keeping up with their equipment. I think it's bad to just let stuff rust and run into the ground like that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Over here, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Meter, Cedar Hill Road. Scott, I was wondering if you could just address the factor that the fire department talked about, that you've got long lead times. You're not going to get this piece of equipment next week. Can you also address whether you have capability of ordering a piece of equipment, and then if the finances don't work out, can you back out of that so they sell it to somebody else that needs it? Thanks.
Through the moderator, we did, the second question first, we did request that of some of our vendors when COVID was in its heyday, and the year after when everybody was playing catch up when it comes to supply chain issues. They refused at that time. They still will not hold a chassis without a PO. Purchase order. We cannot sign a PO legally without having appropriated funds. So our vendors are not the same as FD. The result, unfortunately, is very similar. We wait 2.5 years to get a Mack truck, and what we purchase is in a similar fashion to what you've seen PD and FD show. You know, for example, the chassis on. Yeah, so the chassis on the facilities van is $63,000, and it's another $29,000 to outfit it. That's similar across the board. The chassis on the 1 ton is $62,000. It's $82,000 to outfit it. Often the outfitting takes longer than purchasing the chassis with our vehicles, because there's a lot of customization when it comes to the outfitting. And so, yes, our lead times could be 18 months for a medium-sized vehicle or 2.5 years for a larger vehicle.
Yep.
I think, you beat me to the line, so.
B comes before A.
Okay. Ryan Maines, Crestwood Drive, speaking on behalf of myself as a resident and taxpayer of Northborough. So my first question would be, how many operational street sweepers do we currently have, and how many miles of road do we have?
We have 2 operational street sweepers. We have 81 miles of road, which is 162 miles of gutter line.
Okay, so you said it takes 8 weeks to do 160 miles. So that
Approximately, yes.
means roughly 20 miles a week, which breaks down to 4 miles a day of street sweeping. So that would be, it moves at half a mile an hour.
It doesn't move consistently 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. No, that's not how street sweepers operate.
Could you elaborate on how they do operate?
Certainly, they fill up with water, they dump to the dump truck, they go back to the garage, often to get water when there's not when they're outside of the water service area. They fill up half a dozen times a day. They dump equally amount. And there's a dump truck that is either a follow dump truck or a satellite dump truck. Street sweeper does your neighborhood, has a dump truck parked, let's say, right at Whitney Street, drives the sweeper to Whitney Street, dumps it out, gets in the truck, goes to the garage, dumps the sweepings out, and comes back. You see other communities like Westboro, they'll have what I refer to as a platoon. They'll have a centerline sweeper, a gutter line sweeper, a road sidewalk plow with a sweeper on it, and then a younger employee with a backpack blower doing the yards, and then a dump truck. So some communities use that large of a fleet, but that would take up 3/4, if not all of our staff to do that.
All righty, and then in terms of another question around the current fleet, what is your staff to overall vehicle ratio that you're operating within?
Our fleet. Including trucks, large and small, there are 24, and we have 12 staff.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Over here, and please, can you make it brief? We're
Sure.
stretching this out.
Yep, thank you, Fran Backstrand, 76 Cedar Hill Road. Just 3 points of clarification. This is not taxed this year, this is free cash money that would be used for these projects, correct?
Correct.
Were these 3 projects on the capital improvement plan scheduled for this year?
Yes.
Okay, will they end up just being next year or in the near future, where we're just kicking this down the road to 1 or 2 years from now?
Yes, yes. One of my roles is to inform the boards and committees behind me, as well as the voting body in front of me, what the department needs in order to provide the level of service it does today. There are alternative methods to provide that service, but there's money that goes in a different pot. This will be tax dollars.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Justin Barr, 173 West Main. Had a question about the contractor doing the street sweeping. It was 34,000, you said?
Yeah, 32.4, one sweeper for one season.
Now, that's probably just one pass on the 81 miles.
That's one sweeper, one season, theoretically doing the 81 miles without a follow truck.
Without a follow truck, where the DPW now does a minimum 2 passes per street, so the 81 is technically doubled, because obviously having the crew, having all the pride and whatnot doing it, opposed to a contractor that's going to get in and out. So obviously, this machine is getting used a whole lot more than said contractor. And say if contractor were to do what our DPW does, it would probably cost more than the 32, or whatever number you said.
Correct. Our wider roads will have a travelway sweep and then a gutter sweep. Some of the small and narrow roads will be a gutter sweep only, depending on your neighborhood. North of 290, they tend to be just one way and then the other way. You get down to Church and some of the wider streets like Lincoln, you're doing 2 passes each direction.
Awesome. Thank you.
Last 2 are on that mic.
Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. I asked this question earlier this evening. So the levy limit is important to understand. It's what we then pass on to the next year and the year after that, and it goes exponentially above. So our taxes are based on the limits that we're allowed to tax. This year, it was a big effort to try to lower that limit and keep it down so that we wouldn't get to Proposition 2.5 next year. These 3 articles were in great discussion, and it's my understanding that if these were removed, that would help to keep some of that limit down. I would recommend that we think about that and not the immediate need right now. Thank you.
Michael Shaka, 120 Maynard Street. So, question based on some of the answers that were provided to one of the earlier speakers with regard to the costs of subbing this out. What was that amount again, annually?
$32,400. Let me confirm that.
Okay, that's what I heard.
Yep.
So I believe in review of the presentation that was provided by you, the amount per linear mile, gutter mile, I think it's called, was $135 per gutter mile. If we do the math, 162 gutter miles, that comes out to $21,870, not $32,400. I believe that the life expectancy of the sweeper is 12 years. Is that correct?
This one got 17, and we're typically in the 12 to 15 range.
So,
Yes.
so we'll go with 12-year. So 12-year, you do the math on that, that comes out to $262,000. The cost of this street sweeper is $325,000. So that means that hiring and outsourcing would be $262,000, and that doesn't take into consideration the time value of money. It doesn't take into consideration the fact that it's extremely costly to dispose of all of the debris. I believe a presentation that was provided stated that the contaminated or the debris that's collected is equivalent to basically toxic soil. I don't know, what's the cost per truckload to remove that?
It's contaminated material. It's not hazardous. The price per ton disposal varies depending on who the receiving entity is. I don't know what the number was this past cycle, 100 and a quarter maybe. But the material, $125 a ton. The materials do not leave with the contractor, a sweeping contractor. He shows up with a sweeper.
Yeah.
We pay him portal to portal, and he gets lunch. And it doesn't include the trucking or the disposal of the materials.
His lunch, I don't think we're paying for his lunch. I think we're paying per linear mile, right? Per gutter mile? So it's
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And in addition, I believe that there's wear and tear on the sweeping brooms, and we have to replace those. There's maintenance associated with it. So all in, $262,000 to hire a service versus $325,000 to buy it. And again, not to be redundant, but leaving out the time value of money, leaving out the maintenance costs, leaving out the replacement of the brooms, leaving out the disposal of the debris. From my understanding and review of what the boards have reviewed on all of these, they were for the most part unanimous in against this, and I'm very saddened to see that this isn't being withdrawn. So, thank you.
Just to clarify, the price of $32,400 came from our vendor based on our roadways, based on one sweeper, one pass around, and again, the materials don't leave with the contractor. They stay with us in the yard.
The information that you provided
Yes.
was $135 per gutter mile, which comes out to $21,870. So when did that number change? And why wasn't that provided to any of the boards?
I'm going to cut this discussion off only because we're talking about a consent agenda. We've already joined everything together. We're trying to pull it back apart. Doesn't fit.
Can I help with the math? 32,000 for one pass. You do it twice a year, right?
I got a quote for 81 lane miles, gutter miles, and he said it was
So you do it twice a year. So it's actually $60-something thousand a year.
correct.
So
Yeah.
$640,000 in 10 years.
And
Well, more than 325.
That's correct, sir. Thank you.
Okay, you're all set? We're going to vote. Wow. This is what we're voting on. It's the consent agenda motion for Articles 24, 25, and 26. I move the town vote to approve Articles 24, 25, 26 as printed in the 2026 annual town meeting warrant as a consent agenda, and that the sums of $97,000 for Article 24, $185,000 for Article 25, and $325,000 for Article 26. For the uses stated in each article, said sums to be transferred from free cash and to be available for expenditure starting in fiscal year 2026. The voting is open. So what you're doing is you're voting to either approve all three articles or not. So the voting is slowed down. We'll close the voting down in 3, 2, 1. It's closed. One small vote.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. There is a motion to adjourn. Motion has been made and seconded.
Yes, tomorrow.
Wait a minute, before you leave, we haven't voted yet. Okay? What we are voting on is to adjourn until tomorrow at 6 p.m., same location. Now, do we do it by cards? All those in favor, raise your hand. Card. Those opposed, enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.